Hello and welcome to this episode on Talleyrand, Charles Maurice Talleyrand, France's greatest diplomat. I'm very lucky to be joined by Mr. D. Hello.
Hello, AM. It's wonderful to be back speaking with you, and thank you for having me on.
Well, yes, one of the few streams I've had you on, we were talking about the scouring of France at one point. So we have actually, by some manner, actually talked about Talleyrand before, and his perfidious or positive influence on the affairs and history of France. So, I mean, what are your sort of overall thoughts and impressions, and your sort of interest coming into a figure like Talleyrand?
Well, for me, it's often always the connection of these great historical figures. I mean, particularly if it's not sort of an area of history that I'm well read in. My interest will be the sort of cultural connections, the connections with these figures with the art movements, and with Talleyrand particularly. I have studied and have always been greatly interested in French cookery, French cuisine. So he's obviously a figure who comes up because he was a great patron of really the first great kind of modern codifier of French cookery, who was called Marie Antoine Carême. And Carême worked for Talleyrand as well as worked for other great personages of his day in France. He sort of lived roughly the same through the same time period that Talleyrand did. So that's where my interest lies. I mean, I know basic things. I mean, certainly as a kind of as a Bengali figure, or sort of a Zelig who sort of is able to crop up and transform himself through various stages of this tumultuous period in France. He's also sort of interested me, and also particularly again his I would say fairly subversive role in in what became of Catholicism in France. Although there is some talk of his late kind of repentance or sort of reversion to the church. So I don't know if you'll have something to say about that. So yeah, he's just one of these figures that has connections to lots of things. And even though I haven't specifically sort of delved into him in any depth, but he's there. He's all around. In many of these other figures that I am interested in.
Well, by his reputation, you've already alluded to some of it there. From a negative point of view, he is known as the lame devil, obviously referring to the fact that he was crippled throughout his entire sort of life, from possibly the age of 4 onwards. It was possibly congenital clubfoot. We don't exactly know. But nevertheless, this Svengali-esque sort of character is the impression I have. Again, I'm not sure how acquainted you are with Game of Thrones, but I think Talleyrand could be one of these figures that could easily slot into Game of Thrones.
Unfortunately, I'm terribly acquainted with it because I suffered through the entirety of that mess. But yeah, it certainly does seem like such a character.
Well, I think there was actually a direct quote from Tyrion Lannister, the Imp, if we're going to talk about the lame devil and the Imp, who said that the history of the world is a series of great conversations held in magnificent rooms. And I think if it were the history according to Talleyrand, that would essentially be his history, because that very much is his life. It is the cultivation of artistic patronage, excess, and diplomatic intrigue, perversion, vice, all of these things, all incarnate in the one figure. Then, of course, there is the allusion to the other figure, which is the revolutionary. How much culpability does he have regarding his effect and roles and his service in the various revolutionary governments? Then, of course, there is his diplomatic prowess, and in terms of his diplomatic triumphs, I've labeled him as France's greatest diplomat. And what I mean by that is that he stands, as far as I'm concerned, in the tradition of Machiavellian French politics, from Catherine de Medici, another great patron of French cuisine, as you know, Cardinal Richelieu, and Henry IV, and later figures like Charles de Gaulle. And what is central to the mentality of all of those figures is that they are not fanatics by any means. These are basically pragmatists who are prepared to form dalliances with various ideological and religious movements in order to essentially serve what they believe to be the greatest interests of France. But there's also another aspect, which is that I really think that essentially this image is what you're alluding to, the Talleyrand with the 6 heads, is a bit overplayed, because I think there's actually a lot of consistency in a character like Talleyrand, and really as a relic of the quote-unquote ancien regime, almost like a time capsule of the French society that we see in the 1780s. This is a man who was at the coronations of Louis XVI in 1774, and at the coronation, and a major officiator of the coronation of Charles X in 1824. And in the latter, he served a very prominent role, despite essentially, again, serving nearly all of the revolutionary regimes and the monarchical regimes in the interim. And it's interesting, again, you can look at sort of these figures that have survived for so long and have a comparable sort of influence, especially on American opinion, not just French opinion, as we're going to get into, Dee. And one figure, of course, is Lafayette, who in America is known as the hero of 2 continents. But Talleyrand was incredibly damning of Lafayette. He, in fact, said that whilst a novelist may imbue his protagonists with a particular sense of intelligence, resourcefulness, and ideological purpose, fate has determined that mediocrities have happened onto the stage of great events, and he was referring to Lafayette.
Ooh.
So Talleyrand very much views himself as a driver of events, not simply someone who happened upon the great events of history, like we see with his assessment of someone like a Lafayette, who was a general in the American Revolution, who served as the quote-unquote sort of the greater patron hero of the National Guard during the early days of the French Revolution, encouraging King Louis to sign the first constitution in 1791, among other things. And indeed, he would eventually leave France, become an emigre, but then return and serve, like Talleyrand, in the Bourbon Restoration. And just on that notion of, again, him being a relic of the ancien regime, this is a assessment by Minister Molé, who was a foreign minister under the Orleanist regime, the final regime which Talleyrand was served under, who, it should be noted, was actually an adversary of Talleyrand, but nevertheless he pays him this respect. Monsieur de Talleyrand attracts me as everything does that is passing away and that threatens to disappear forever. What memories are connected with this historic old man? The spirit and the principles of the 18th century, the grace and the courtesy of the old court are united in him, with the independence of judgment that belongs to our age, with the recklessness of revolution. His place will not be refilled. The circumstances of these times are so petty that there is no longer room for greatness. And again, if you look at the endurance and the influence, whether more subtle or more potent, it seems that Talleyrand is always there in the background from the 1780s all the way up until the 1830s. He never loses control of his facets, his influence, or indeed his mind. And so all of these things are pertinent. But of course, the charge, which we're going to have to address, Dee, is essentially a moral charge, among other things, not simply just perhaps an intellectual appreciation of so much of his achievements in diplomacy, is effectively what is his overall legacy, and ultimately what interests did he serve and what principles, if anything, did he adhere to. And this is his own defense when he was writing at the age of 82 his political will and testament, that of all the governments that I have served, from none have I received more than I gave. This is a man who was notorious for receiving quote unquote bribes throughout his entire career. And I'm going to unpack really the implications more of that as we get into the stream. that I abandoned none before it abandoned itself, i.e., he essentially believed that, like with Napoleon, he would not betray a government until it already betrayed itself according to its own principles. That I have not put interests of any party, nor of my own, nor those of my relation, into the balance against the true interests of France, which moreover are not, in my opinion, ever in opposition to the true interests of Europe. So seeing himself not just in French terms, but also in terms of European terms, we'll unpack really what that means. So he considers himself a greatly loyal man in his way. And I do believe there is actually a case that can be made to justify that, which I'm going to be sort of teasing out throughout the course of the stream. But I think what is fascinating about a figure like Talleyrand is, despite again that the image we have of him is this image, the image of again a noble turned abbot turned bishop turned revolutionary diplomat turned prime minister, and then he, as you mentioned, Dee, he comes back to the church, whether sincerely or not towards the end we can discuss, but nevertheless he considers that all of these roles in which he served effectively, he was ultimately serving the interests of France. And I would actually contend that, especially if you look at his actions from 1805 onwards, so this is at the height of Napoleon's power just before the Battle of Austerlitz, that Talleyrand really forms a bit of a redemption arc, a rare redemption arc in history, where he ultimately is able to, what I believe, serve the interests of France more so than perhaps any other of his contemporaries, given the situation, especially when we're talking about the years 1814, 1815. And the man who was, again, seen to have betrayed the cause of, again, the clergy and the nobility for the sake of the revolution, was actually probably the man most integral in restoring the Bourbons to power in 1814, 1815. But even that is still tainted with the aspect of the last days living out the Orleanist regime. So it's fascinating how all of these contradictions marry in a figure like Talleyrand. But like I said, I think he is actually that perfect capsule of a certain intellectual type. I mean, one word that came to mind when looking at his ecclesiastical career was sinecure, which is something that was prolific during the 18th century in France, whereby a lot of aristocrats, especially rather poor aristocrats, they would try to attain roles without responsibilities, essentially sinecure without care. It is perhaps, even though I don't believe that Talleyrand was actually able to achieve a series of, I would say, great sort of sinecures before the revolution, I believe that whole notion of without care, the sort of cold indifference, you could almost say, in many ways, a moral nihilism infects so much of what he does. But deep down, there is a methodology, there are sets of principles, and indeed there is an overbearing sort of sense of pride and nationalism. I would even perhaps say nationalism is the wrong word, patriotism, which infects Talleyrand's mold. And again, it informs a lot of what we see in terms of his actions. But do you think, again, just very broadly, looking at Talleyrand as almost performing a historical redemption arc is a valuable sort of has any value as a way of looking at his life?
Yeah, I found I found a paragraph from a book by Simone Weil. The book is called "The Need for Roots," or at least that's the translated title. But I'll just read it here. The only people at that time who were patriots, in the sense that word took on later, were those who appeared in the eyes of their contemporaries and have since appeared in those of posterity as arch traitors. Men like Talleyrand, who served not, as has been said, every regime, but France behind every regime. But for such men, France was neither the sovereign nation nor the king. It was the French state. So it's very much sort of tracks with what you were saying about the sort of figuring out exactly what men like Talleyrand served. I'm also reminded of another kind of prelate, Cardinal Wolsey and Henry VIII. Again, it's this sort of using the sort of ecclesiastical structure as a way to sort of insert oneself in power and partake in largesse of that role. So It's a curious question.
I mean, in the case of Cardinal Wolsey, I'm very glad you brought up that example, because Cardinal Wolsey is responsible, say, for example, for the construction of Hampton Court. As Archbishop of York, which he only attended to right towards the end of his life, he was a contender to be Pope. He was actually richer than the king in many senses of the word, and he cast a European role, not just an English role as well. Again, a lot of people believe that he was simply, using the chancellery in England as a stepping stone in order to achieve that rank of essentially becoming Pope. And indeed, one of the great assets of someone like a Cardinal Wolsey is being able to sort of perfectly understand and reflect the interests of his master. In many ways, I think Talleyrand's role with the early Napoleon could be seen to be essentially affecting that in terms of listening to his master and trying to tease out and bring to him essentially and understand his wishes almost better than he himself can. But ultimately, Talleyrand loses his influence, and Napoleon supersedes him as a character. But I think that's an interesting comparison also, because I think if there is, again, a consistent attitude in Talleyrand, it's his Anglophilia, not just in terms of his diplomacy, but also in terms of the way he saw the development of the institutions of France and indeed the church. I think it's fair to say that when he looks at the church, he looks to the Anglican Church as inspiration more so than any of the other Catholic monarchies in Europe. And indeed, paraphrasing an aspect of Talleyrand, when he was, again, I think this was during the height of Napoleon's power, and there, of course, we're talking about the war with Britain. Talleyrand said that if the British Constitution were destroyed, it would essentially strike at the cord which links together all of European civilization. He would look to Britain as one aspect of that European network of constitutions, and he would also try to marry it with Austria on the other extreme. Because even though he looked at Austria and said that Austria is an absolutist government, Austria is still Catholic and it is still part of Europe. And from his point of view, the great other in the situation was Russia, which represented many things which were completely antithetical to Europe. So in this case, he tried to marry France to, you could almost say, two contrasting parties, which is the Catholic absolutism of Habsburg Austria and the parliamentary commercial monarchy of England at that time. So the Wolsey comparison is interesting, but it's also fair to say that he was also notorious before he ever became famous. That's another sort of a reflection on the figure of Talleyrand, and it's very interesting to actually reflect on the fact that many people in the West will have heard of Talleyrand, but it's fascinating in the sense that Charles Maurice Talleyrand has actually superseded the fame of his entire dynasty, because he really does reflect a dynasty. He was nothing if not a noble scion. The Talleyrand's were actually pre-Capetian nobility. They trace their origins all the way back to the 9th century. Indeed, there is a famous motto associated with the House of Talleyrand, which is the Count of Talleyrand. The king essentially asks the Count of Talleyrand, by what right do you claim to be counts? And the count will respond, by the same right that you claim to be kings, in that the nobility weren't created by the Capetian dynasty, the royal dynasty of France. They were created by God. This is another, again, reflection to a conversation that Talleyrand himself would have with Louis XVIII during, I think it was the Second Restoration, that it is simply by fate and the fortunes of intelligence of my family that I stand here as your sovereign and not vice versa. So there was, again, this great sort of conscious realization that both the Bourbon dynasty, the Capetian dynasty in general, because of course Louis, when he was defrocked, was simply known as Louis Capet, and Charles Maurice Talleyrand were, again, the exemplars of this great society, which is why I look at him as this great ancien regime figure, despite, again, serving the state of France rather than serving the quote-unquote ancient institutions of France, whether it be the Catholic Church or the monarchy. And indeed, it's sort of fascinating looking at his early life, because he was disabled from a very young age, as I mentioned. And as a result of this, he was actually disinherited. He came from a junior branch of the Talleyrand family, But as you can see with the image on the right, the Talleyrand's were still an exalted family. Again, despite being so old, his uncle, the Archbishop Alexander, was the Archbishop of Reims, and he would later go on in the Restoration period, having lived a very long life, to be the Archbishop of Paris, one of the principal royalists, it should be noted, one of the first emigres, and so one of the most influential men in France, and at one point also the Grand Almoner of France. Indeed, if you go back in the history of the 14th century, another Talleyrand features very prominently during the history of the Avignon papacy. So the Talleyrand's have a very distinguished career in the church and in ecclesiastical politics going back for many, many, many centuries. So at one time you can say that he was the elder son, like I said, of this junior branch of the Talleyrand dynasty, and as a result he was disinherited and he was forced essentially against his will to go into the church. But nevertheless, even though he was effectively disinherited, it still represented this great continuity and tradition of the Talleyrand family, that he should go and not only go to seminary, but he should go to one of the finest seminaries in France, the seminary of Saint-Sulpice. And before then, he had lived in the province of Perigord, which was the traditional seat, the feudal estates of the Talleyrand family. He was brought up by his grandmother, the Princess de Chalais. And what is fascinating again about the Talleyrand's is that they were one of the last quote unquote real feudal families of France, in the sense that they had estates and they were themselves resident in their estates and having, of course, representatives in Paris, and they felt that sense of noblesse oblige. So there's no one who almost better encapsulates many aspects of the Ancien regime, more so than a figure like Talleyrand. But also you can say the degradation of that society in terms of him going through his seminary studies and becoming a priest reluctantly at the age of 25. By this time, he'd already had copious affairs. And during the next few years, he would begin to sire his first illegitimate children. So I guess I just want to ask your sort of opinions, Dee, on this remarkable pedigree from which Talleyrand sort of emerges, and the fact he is essentially forced into becoming a priest.
Well, it's often the case with these sort of figures who don't who come from sort of less wealthy or less prestigious side branches of nobility. Well, if you could sort of say that about Talleyrand's, but and of course it often have to sort of, there's sort of almost an overcompensation, as they sort of vie for a position in the world, and then of course, in the case of a figure like Talleyrand, was able to sort of position himself, very deeply, within with very, so the most important men of the time, leaders of the time, and so, it's in a way these kind of these figures who don't really have it handed to them, that have to sort of struggle and find other avenues towards power, that sort of, I think, sharpens their particular intellectual and sort of ability to maneuver themselves around. Just as a side note, before I forget about it, but of course, being from Perigord, there's quite a curious connection again in my sort of interface with Talleyrand as being a great gourmand, but Perigord is famously where the best truffles in France come from. In fact, Perigord sort of split up into these sort of parts that then sort of Perigord Noir, Perigord white, Perigord blanc, and from the various features of that region. But Perigord Noir is where the truffles come from. Also, that's where the Lascaux caves are in that region. So again, these curious sort of connections to, or sort of perhaps a presage of the other interests of these figures. Yeah, it's a wonderful place. Someone mentions, but yeah, if you ever get a chance to go there, one of my favorite parts of France.
No, and quite right. I mean, it's in the heart of New Aquitaine. This is an area that was sort of hotly contested during the Hundred Years' War, and that's probably part of the reason why the Talleyrand's were just as influential during that conflict as they were during the French Revolutionary Wars. The continued relevance of Perigord, especially that link between the Loire Valley all the way to Gascony, which effectively is the area where it sits in between as a region. But again, you mentioned the idea of the slightly sort of displaced and the intellectual overcompensation or whatever of a figure like Talleyrand to get ahead based on the expectations of the heritage that he represents. And as a result of it, he was actually, I guess, from someone who would assume to become a bishop at a very early age or to get that sinecure, as I mentioned. He was given responsibilities and not a vast amount of wealth during his time as a priest. He was made the agent general of the clergy. And this should, again, inform quite a lot of our understanding of ultimately what his religious stance would be, because he was a bureaucrat more so than he was a priest. He was not a parish priest in the way that perhaps we can envisage him in that role. He was there cataloguing, accounting the inventory of all of the church properties that we see in France. And he was one of the principal representatives of the Assembly of the Clergy in France, which, if we're looking at the Catholic Church, is a series of national churches throughout Europe. Despite, again, only being a priest, and then he would later become an abbot, he was actually one of the most influential and effective members of the clergy during that time. But nevertheless, his father wanted him to become a bishop, and there were many, again, great aspirations or claims for the young Talleyrand. This figure you can see on the left is the Madame de Brion. She was the widow of the former great equerry, the head of the household, the household cavalry for the King Louis XV. And she was so enamored of the young Talleyrand in Paris that she actually petitioned the King of Sweden to try and win him a cardinal's cap. Again, the bizarre nature of the interconnected European multi-confessional aristocracy at that time, that the King of Sweden should form a friendship with the then Pope and should be petitioned by a French aristocrat to allow for the young Talleyrand to wear a cardinal's cap. He wasn't successful in that endeavor. He was beaten out by an Austrian candidate. And again, you can say this forms part of the great frustration that he was denied, again, not even being a bishop at that time, that great elevation in the hierarchy of the church, where again, he could have appealed directly to be a Cardinal Wolsey figure, as you mentioned. And this is where he would begin his affair with one Countess Adelaide Fleurot, who herself was a illegitimate daughter of one of the petite maîtresses, or the unofficial mistresses of Louis XV. So all of these aristocrats were socially or even sexually in some way connected with one another. And also in terms of just looking at the sort of the perceptions and the ability at the time. And I think one important figure is to look at Cardinal Rohan, who also had been a Grand Almoner of the church during the time of Talleyrand, because he's most famous for the diamond necklace scandal, where he purchased a diamond necklace ostensibly with the funds of Marie Antoinette, believing that he was off to seduce her and give her this great gift, when in reality he had been conned, and this caused a great scandal at the time. But ultimately, the people of France were on the side of this licentious, idiotic aristocratic scion in the form of, again, the Rohan family, of this great family from Brittany. But this was a case of the people against the Queen and all of this sort of thing, all of these great scandals at the time. But if you look at the intrigues involved in getting the cardinal's hat for Talleyrand, it really isn't that different. And again, as an exemplar of his time, he was miserable during his time as a seminarian and during his time as a priest. He would console himself with his numerous affairs, but also through his reading. He was an avid collector of books, and he would build vast libraries wherever his residences were ultimately kept. And indeed, when he does go into exile, it is his library that he decides to extricate, almost unbelievably, before any of his other possessions. And that, again, despite the fact that he would be very fortunate in many senses throughout his life by being able to accrue finances through many eclectic sources effectively. But he became, as was very in vogue at the time, a devotee of Voltaire, who, as you know, Dee, is one of the greatest sort of polemical iconoclasts of the 18th century. From Candide and his other works, we're talking about a man who made mockery of the Catholic faith into a high art form. Do you think that's fair to say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes. An absolutely subversive mountebank in my consideration, but yeah. Oh no, clearly.
And then, of course, we reinforce the English connection by the fact that he read Montesquieu, who, of course, was looking at the English constitution as the background for his own conception of the separation of powers. In fact, what is another figure that the young Talleyrand would meet when he was agent general of the clergy of France? A young William Pitt, when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer before becoming Prime Minister in 1784. So he was a remarkably well-connected man, connected with all of these salon mistresses like Madame Briand and the emerging salon under his friend Adelaide Flaut, who also should be mentioned. He shared as a mistress with American Governor Morris, among others. Again, just it's incredible. Again, all the perversions and vices of society at the time. But in addition to reading Voltaire, in addition to reading Montesquieu, he was also a great devotee of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And so every and Diderot and the Encyclopedia. So every sort of passing intellectual fashion at the time, he voraciously imbibed, and indeed it's part of his ability to become so well versed in quote unquote liberal society as we understand it, that made him so attractive a proposition to women at that time, despite again being this club-footed, lame sort of minor aristocrat and a priest. All of these incredible conquests are principally owed, whenever you read his biographies or his memoirs, to his uncanny ability again to dominate conversation, but also the fact that, as we know from his leisurely sort of 2 to 3 hour toilets in the morning, that he was also an incredibly vain man. And I'm going to read a brief sort of description of him, but I want to preface this. But the book I'm mainly citing for this evening is by Alfred Duff Cooper, who is quite a prominent figure in English history. He was, you can almost say, an anti-Gaullist before Gaullism became a full-fledged sort of political phenomenon, because he was writing this biography in 1929. But I think it's fair to say there are lots of elements of proto-Gaullism here. He would later be made the Viscount Norwich. He is the father to John Julius Norwich, who was another historian I've cited with regards to Byzantine and medieval history on this channel. He was a Tory politician. He was Secretary of War during the time of Neville Chamberlain, and he would ultimately serve as a very successful liaison to de Gaulle 20 years later. And it should be no surprise that he was able to perform the functions of his role based on his familiarity with French history. But among many, I would say, prejudices he has an overriding prejudice for anything to do with the ultra royalists or the Restoration, which should be obvious given his background. But I think he likes to see in Talleyrand an antecedent in terms of his own perspicacity regarding, say, for example, the Anglo-American partnership or the necessity of an Anglo-French alliance. So I'm always inclined, when reading someone like a Duff Cooper, to understand that he's reading into Talleyrand many of the diplomatic goals that he himself becomes associated with later in his career. But nevertheless, I think many aspects of his book are quite wonderful if you bear all of those considerations in mind. And this is his description of the young Talleyrand. It is difficult to form in the mind a definite picture of a personal appearance of any individual whom we shall never see. Of Talleyrand we know that he was about middle height, that he had a slightly retroussé nose, which enhanced a haughty, even insolent expression, and that he walked with a limp. Barras, who would later be a member of the French Directory, who hated him, asserts that he strikingly resembled Robespierre, who did not love him, said that he concealed the heart of a devil under an angel's face. Whether or not he could be described as handsome, there is no doubt that his wit and charm of manner made amends for any physical shortcomings and his numerous successful love affairs. were acknowledged, condemned, and envied. It would be an ungrateful and a graceless task to rummage among the printed libels of the past in the hope of ascertaining exactly what his relationship may have been with one or another of the many women with whom his name was at different times connected. Let it suffice to say that in the gay and gallant world to which the birth admitted him, he assumed immediately a position almost of leadership, that he loved many women, and that many loved him, and that those who loved him were admittedly the most intelligent, the most beautiful, and the most influential. Let it be said also, for fear of failing into a panegyric, that in an age of a universal latitude and easily condoned license, this is the era of the Marquis de Sade, just in terms of relative libertinism. His conduct incurred several severe condemnations, and that he acquired notoriety before he ever acquired fame. So, what do you think of that assessment?
It's good, particularly that last that last line. Yeah, and fair enough, you know.
So I think one of the last sort of I guess triumphs that Talleyrand achieved during his time before the revolution was to finally receive a bishopric, the bishopric of Autun, which is a small town in Bourguignon, Burgundy. Basically, at his father's insistence. His father was dying. The last thing he wanted to see was for his eldest son to finally receive a bishopric, and he finally did. But like I said, he was already, despite only being a priest and an abbot, a incredibly highly ranked member of the whole ecclesiastical structure and indeed society in France at the time. And that gets us to the revolution. He would be one of the figures elected to serve as the first estate within the revolution. Essentially, Louis XVI, to put it very briefly, was going through a financial crisis. He had tried to summon various bodies, including the parliaments of France, and various notable assemblies. They had failed to come up with a resolution. So he calls for the assembly of all the estates of France, which hadn't been assembled since 1614. They were separated into three orders: the clergy, of which Talleyrand was a representative, the nobility, which was the second order, and the third estate. Among the first estate, the clergy, there were some lower ranking prelates and local sort of parish priests who were elected, because again, it was actually in many ways far more open, the whole system of elections to the general estate, because it was such a novel body in the Constitution of France compared to, say, for example, the Parliament in Britain. But the whole notion again is that the two orders could outvote the third estate, basically nullifying it, despite the fact that, as Abbe de Siers, another dissolute priest, would basically say, that it has nothing and wants to be everything, which is the third estate. And even members of the other estates, such as Mirabeau, a French noble, would actually be elected as a member of the third estate and not a member of the second estate, basically to shake up the religious orders of this time. But it's interesting that Talleyrand, during this time, he elects himself on the basis of receiving the grievances of the various denizens of his diocesan district of Autun. He believes again that he is a man who's expressing the virtues of liberty and of prosperity and all of this sort of thing. Many of the things that he is going to hold with him in terms of what he believes to be correct, enlightened opinion, which invariably is the more Whiggish factions that you see in English society at that time. But he is summoned to the States General, and he is actually a remarkably conservative figure, based on essentially everything that we know about him, given his intellectual pedigree and the sort of significance of the events at hand. He was clearly no revolutionary at this point. He would actually only very belatedly join the ranks of the third estate, when other members of the first estate, basically the lower clergy, were far more enthusiastic to collaborate with the whims of the third estate when they go off and form the National Assembly. And again, I'm not sure that you know about this, Dee, but he is actually on the side at this point of a certain Comte d'Artois, who would later be Charles X. And if people know anything about Charles X, they know him as the most reactionary of the three royal brothers, Louis XVI, Louis XVIII, and Charles X. Charles X was a great sort of influence on Marie Antoinette, who again was seen as a reactionary influence within the court. So as the storming of the Bastille is occurring, as we see the first sort of emigres leaving France, Talleyrand is the one actually urging the Comte d'Artois to intercede in the court and force Louis XVI to send in the troops to disband the National Assembly, to dissolve the Estates General, and to rule by force. So it's rather remarkable, looking back on everything that we know, that it is Talleyrand of all of these figures that assume such a Machiavellian position in favor of the then established status quo in France.
No, I was not aware of that.
And I think, again, it's sort of, there was actually the criticism of Talleyrand that Louis XVI was too weak in this position to be able to do what was necessary and perhaps invite bloodshed in France. Again, I think in hindsight, we can see that Talleyrand's advice, despite what we see in so much of the wisdom in hindsight of much of his advice given to other politicians later, is actually a very contentious suggestion at this time, given the fact that many regiments of the French army that had been sent into the capital had defected during the storming of the Bastille. So not only was he advocating harsh measures against the revolution, but he was advocating very sort of risky measures to be taken in defense of the status quo. But nevertheless, now it is obvious to him that the king will not defend himself. He decides to ally with the strong party in this case, as Talleyrand will do essentially for the rest of his life. As far as he's concerned, when the Comte d'Artois leaves France and becomes one of the first emigres, the tide of events is on the side of the revolution. And so he consummately essentially becomes a quote unquote collaborator in the regime of the French Revolution. And again, you can perhaps say that there's an aspect of, nihilism, an aspect of, trying to hold on to his position, that, the Ancien regime had given him this rank and they've given him a bishopric, but in order to hold on to these things, he now needs to align himself with the new rising power in France, which of course is the National Assembly and the National Guard, who have just stormed the Bastille and murdered its governor. What do you think of that assessment?
Fair enough. I mean, particularly if you're interested in, I guess, above all, retaining position. I think the issue, of course, is by the time this happens, the writing is sort of on the wall. I mean, I doubt there would be any way to have turned the tide at this point. So, again, if you, again, charitably saying that, if your ultimate goal is serving, both yourself, but also, sort of the French state, then, I suppose you find a way to soldier on in true, bureaucratic fashion. So, but fair enough.
Well, I almost think, again, just because obviously you and I have both suffered through Game of Thrones, it's a very sort of Varys-esque response, isn't it? I'm going to serve the realm. I'm not a hero.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the winner, just so as long as I can maintain that influence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's certainly an astute observation, and very much, because I think Varys states that. I think there's a famous scene where he actually says that. I serve the realm. And and of course, being a similar. I mean, he's a sort of a sort of figure. It's very much, of course, like I think of the kind of Byzantine where you can one moment have one flag on your desk and then another and then another. So yeah, I think that it's certainly for a character like this, it's certainly you've got to just, again, you don't serve allegiances. You serve a kind of overarching purpose, if that makes any sense.
I mean, it should be said that Louis XVI was, you can almost say, an enemy of Talleyrand throughout his entire reign. I mean, Louis XVI, unfortunately, had the distinction of being a good person and a poor politician.
Yeah.
Which meant that Louis XVI despised Talleyrand's adulteries. And of course, Louis XVI was aware of this because the Talleyrand's had such a strong influence over the French court at that time. So he wanted nothing to do with Talleyrand, and that's why when the advice was given, it wasn't given to the king, it was given to the Comte d'Artois, because the king wouldn't have listened directly to the advice of someone like a Talleyrand, even though Talleyrand was again providing this reactionary advice. And from the point of view again of Talleyrand, the fact that the king was a Christian was a liability in this case, because Talleyrand was on the one hand representing a Machiavellian perspective, but he was also representing the views of society. I mean, really, in terms of the word and the whole notion of society, it comes from this period. It comes from a critical examination of not a revulsion directed against the ancien regime, quote unquote, and the absolutist monarchy under Louis XVI at that time. And indeed, it's at this time that he'd already made an intellectual break with the monarchy a long time ago. But now we're talking about a full break with the monarchy, where he realizes that it's no longer a body instituted and preserving itself, or if it does, it's not going to do so very effectively. And as we see with the entirety of Talleyrand's career, he's very effective in being able to judge when to jump ship.
Yeah.
And in this situation, he does.
Yeah, just like Napoleon, Napoleon the First. At a certain point, he realizes that that basically he's going to immolate himself and his imperial project. So now's the time to go. And particularly as then as now, being a principled person and a good Christian and a good person are certainly liabilities in operating in these circles. So it's not going to get you anywhere without a certain guile and a certain amoral sort of disinterest in these sort of deep allegiances to God and truth.
So this is a longer segment from Duff Cooper regarding his role in the clergy during the reforms of the Revolution. Realizing now that the preservation of the monarchy was no longer possible, Talleyrand determined to preserve himself. To so clear-sighted an observer of events, only two courses remained open. Either he must throw in his lot with the emigrating nobility, or else he must wholeheartedly support the revolution. For the king who refused to fight, no hope remained. Revolution can be suppressed by force, but they can never be tricked or bribed into submission. Talleyrand refused to emigrate, although he was urged to do so by the Comte d'Artois and others. His own country, to which throughout his life he was devoted, still presented a tempting field for his activities, and one in which he felt capable to accomplish much. His political views had always been pronounced and liberal. The reforms which he had advocated as the Bishop of Autun were still to be completed. The zeal of the reformers had only to be kept within bounds. The disorders which had already arisen and had only been suppressed, and the great work of regeneration and reconstruction, in which the idealists of 1789 so fervently believed, might be brought to a splendid and peaceful conclusion. Again, that's the idealism of the quote unquote age of liberty coming forth. But I think it's fair to say that Talleyrand was doing this principally again from the point of view of self-preservation rather than again from the pure point of view of political idealism. I'll never avow him that. Indeed, he absolutely despised figures like Robespierre and even Jefferson because he believed they were prioritizing political idealism over pragmatic politics. Talleyrand was not an idealist, but he was a reformer, and the reforms to which he was committed were those of which his country stood in urgent need. Again, this is Cooper editorializing the history to some extent. How great a role awaited him in the coming years he could not tell, but when he measured his own capabilities, of which he was always an accurate judge, with those of his colleagues in the assembly, he could feel confident of his superiority. So long as his career remained open to him in France, he refused to leave it, and for more than 3 years after the fall of the Bastille and the beginning of the emigration, he continued to play an important part in the events that were engaging all of the world's attention. He had already acquired a reputation for intelligence and for profligacy. He increased both during the years that followed. Oratorical abilities, which were the type best calculated to impress the assembly, he lacked, but he possessed an impressive and singularly deep voice, and he never spoke except when he had something of importance to communicate. Again, perhaps oratorical is the wrong word here. I think perhaps demagoguery is a better word to use. On the 10th of October, 1789, he brought forward a notion for the transference of the state of all ecclesiastical property. This was one of the acts which provoked the deepest indignation at the time, and was subsequently to be the most frequently quoted against him. The suggestion itself appears in the eyes of the faithful to be flagrantly sacrilegious, and the fact that it came from a churchman and from a bishop magnified its enormity beyond bounds. It should, however, be remembered that the church was rich and the state was bankrupt, and that the proposal, as put forward, was not intended to inflict any real hardship on the church, for the state was to take over the whole maintenance of the church, to provide adequately for all the clergy, and to administer such charities as the church had hitherto administered. In modern parlance, the church was not to be robbed, but to be nationalized. The proposal was welcomed by the Assembly, and the position of Talleyrand was strengthened. Now, obviously, again, Duff Cooper, who, again, for coming from an English, post-Anglican perspective, is going to look at this, and I think, even though he doesn't say it, talk about perhaps the links that we see between Henry VIII and the nationalization and state control over monastic property and the financial restoration of the state. But to look at all this and say in hindsight, it is quite remarkable. What is fair to say, however, is that I believe that Talleyrand perhaps convinced himself that it was a good thing, as Cooper is basically presenting it, that it was essentially for the transfer of the administration of the church over to the state, and that the state would not be some hostile actor, as, say, for example, it was during the Spanish Revolution, before the Spanish Civil War in the 1930s. Nevertheless, as we've seen, when you have the nationalization of church property, it often leads to the desacralization of society, the shutting down of religious education, the purging of various sort of right-wing and Catholic elements from the political structure. This is what happened when you see the policy of laïcité in France in the 1910s. But Dee's gone away for a bit. Have you returned? Okay, hasn't returned. But when he comes back, I'm going to ask him some questions, because I think this is fundamental in terms of our understanding of Talleyrand, which is his inherent Gallicanism, so to speak. So, Dee, Cooper is talking about Talleyrand and his nationalization of church property. See, when I look at that, I think Talleyrand is not an iconoclast. I don't believe, I mean, even other sort of more radical prelates who supported the revolution, like the Abbe Gregory, who would later be a member of the National Convention, but also a member of the Committee of Monuments, were not iconoclasts in this sense. I almost look at Talleyrand and think that as a religious bureaucrat, less so a priest, let alone a theologian, Talleyrand was looking at the situation in France, and he was almost looking at the nationalization of property as fulfilling that Gallican role of the supremacy of the national church over the papacy, and that the church, again, should contribute to the overall financial well-being of the state of France, rather than basically be a sovereign authority unto itself. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think it's fair to say, though, again, whatever his intentions, I do think that it's to your point that there will be other people with other sort of ends in mind, and of course it will, as you said, this sort of desacralization in a broader, societal sense. So yes, I mean, I think that certainly in the case of Talleyrand, who as you say, was not a radical, but it's very easy for particularly bureaucrats like that, bureaucracy of the church, bureaucracy of the state, to play into the hands of much lower characters, much more sinister and devious characters. And so, regardless of the excesses that probably should have been corrected in one way or the other, in terms of the relationship of the clergy to the state, but nevertheless, I just think that that it ends up opening the armor and allowing a great wound to happen. I mean, in the case of the dissolution of the monasteries in England, in Britain, that was probably less pragmatic, and as we saw, almost entirely a sort of operation to distribute spoils to one's allies. but the effect is the same in the broader sense. But I'm probably more of an idealist than a realist in this sense. I sort of always am thinking about the life of the church and the health of the church. And
Well, I don't think you are really an idealist, because again, you're looking at this with the benefit of hindsight, and you can see what the situation in England entailed, which was the pawning off of an entire culture, a community, a nation at prayer, for the sake of temporary material gain, which didn't go anywhere. It resulted in a few horrific wars, which didn't go very well for England. And it's the exact same with France, the exact same. And in fairness to Talleyrand, because again, there are measures again, and there is a context in which you can say that he is less a revolutionary and more, again, a self-interested reformer. But there is always this aspect where he's defending French interests rather than strictly Catholic interests. In this case, the future of the church and national properties are used as security for the new French currency, which is the paper currency, the assignat. And Talleyrand sees this for what it is effectively, which is just what we saw with the abolition of the dissolution of the monasteries, which is pawning off France's ecclesiastical properties effectively to, again, basically buttress a weak fiat currency, which will go through stages of inflation. But at the same time,
sounds so familiar. It sounds so familiar.
It does, but at the same time, he is also the one who is coining the euphemism "goods of the nation." So he is looking at this simultaneously as this is a great, patriotic reimbursement that the Catholic Church in France is going to be supreme over the church which is in obedience to Rome. Yet at the same time, all of the groundwork is being laid for what we see regarding the horrors and what we discussed in the scouring of the France stream. So I'll continue.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're paying the nation, but then who's in charge of the nation? And of course, whoever's in charge of the nation at that point are going to be the people who who ultimately decided the dispensation of this wealth and legacy. And of course, look who it turned out to be in various stages, just a complete disaster.
The difficulty of combining in one individual the position of ecclesiastical dignitary and revolutionary leader was continually increasing. On the 14th of July 1790, so this is the first anniversary of Bastille Day, the Feast of the Federation, the Fête de Fédération, took place in Paris, is the image on the right. It was the Bishop of Autun who was selected to celebrate Mass at the altar erected in the Champ de Mars in the presence of the King and Queen and the members of the Assembly, the National Guard, and an enormous crowd of spectators. Talleyrand is the very ostentatiously dressed bishop that you can see on the right. It's almost remarkable. I don't think anyone would recognize Talleyrand in that position.
No.
But nevertheless, there he is. All present swore a solemn oath of fidelity to the nation, the law, and the king. Lafayette, commandant of the National Guard and popular hero of the moment, was the first to swear. As he did so, the Reverend Bishop whispered to him, "Don't make me laugh." Again, there's a whole nihilism infecting everything Talleyrand does.
Yeah,
where he's there, he's dressed up in the garb. It's very much like I criticized Napoleon as being a regime based on affectation, where Talleyrand is doing his due. He's serving this role as a religious officiator of this revolutionary event, and yet he's silently mocking all of those who show any genuine enthusiasm for it. When the ceremony was over, the bishop hurried off to a gambling saloon where he succeeded in breaking the bank. The fact that a prelate of such notoriously bad morals should have been selected to perform such an office upon such an occasion proves the difficulty that the revolution was already experiencing in finding respectable people to do its work. Talleyrand's passion for gambling and speculation was at this time a cause of greater scandal than even other forms of pleasure to which he had been indulging, and he found himself obliged to publish a denial of certain rumours which are current as to the large sums that he had recently won. Yet upon occasion of such great national importance, because a bishop was needed, the authorities were compelled to apply to the Bishop of Autun. Already in May of the same year, the Assembly had adopted the measure known as the Civil Constitution of the Clergy. This was, in effect, the logical sequel to the nationalization of church property. It placed the church under democratic control, emphasis on democratic when he uses this in about 40 quotes, reorganized its establishment, allowed for the popular election of bishops and cures, and set at defiance the authority of the Vatican, In June, Talleyrand was the only bishop who continued to sit in the assembly. At the end of the year, the assembly went further and decreed that the clergy themselves must swear allegiance to their new constitution. The vast majority, including, of course, all those who were the most sincere and generally respected, refused the oath. Only 4 prelates, of whom Talleyrand was one, were willing to accept it. Basically, this is the division into the juror and non-juror priests. Of course, many other priests supported it, but in terms of the high-ranking clergy, Talleyrand, as has been mentioned, was one of the few who was willing to go so far and support it. But again, from Talleyrand's point of view, in 1682, there had been the Declaration of the Clergy in France, which I'm not sure if you know, Dee, basically gave the rights of the clergy, the national clergy in France. Essentially, it was a milder form of what we saw with Henry VIII and his declaration of restraint of appeals, and that Louis XIV basically tried to nationalize the Catholic Church in France. And indeed, I believe he would have been successful had he won all of the wars that would subsequently dominate the rest of his reign. But within a few years, basically, he had to recount the declaration of the clergy. So if you're looking at Gallicanism, the example of Louis XIV, and Febronianism, there is a strong tradition with looking at France as the oldest daughter of the church to have those distinct privileges which are not to be afforded to other nations. But nevertheless, Talleyrand is taking this to its logical extreme, and indeed what he's doing is not subordinating the authority and the constitution of the church to a divinely sanctioned monarch, as we saw with Louis XIV, but he's doing so for a secular constitution, a national constitution. So again, you can say if he's loyal to one idea, it's in subordinating the church to France, but that basically already shows that he's basically abandoned all pretense of religion at this point, because he believes again that the church is basically being subordinated to France. But what France is also a scion of this new revolution. The whole notion of French nationalism, and the whole notion of democracy, liberty, equality, fraternity, they're all bound up in these post-Christian notions which have been born out of the quote-unquote society, almost in a Manichaean way, pitting itself in ideological opposition to absolutism in France. And it's now to that which Talleyrand has dedicated himself. So you can see the limits of collaboration, where ultimately you may be able to, say, for example, find an ideological justification and historical precedence of which I've just given. And he was very adept at providing those, by the way, on numerous different occasions in many different contexts. And again, a very astounding quality about Talleyrand was his ability, again, to steelman his opponents and also understand and appreciate the interests of other countries and other people better than perhaps they themselves could understand it. But again, I can also say this from studying history, that also engenders a sense of nihilism and moral relativism. If you can see the value in all positions, and inherently there is not going to be any sort of principle ultimately to which you're left affirming, which is inherently your own. And I think that's very much the case of Talleyrand.
Yeah, that's a very good point. In fact, there's something to be said for 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 not being able to inhabit your opponent's positions. I think understanding them is one thing, but when you're perfectly able to kind of switch modes like this, it is these types of figures, these totally sort of amoral, kind of rootless characters. That are able to do that. And I mean, I think of someone like Henry Kissinger, who are able to kind of occupy these positions precisely because they're kind of a cipher. There is no fire within them about anything at all, other than their own self-preservation and self-aggrandizement.
This act in itself practically constituted a breach with the church. But in the following January of 1791, he went further and formally resigned his bishopric on the ground that he had been elected one of the administrators of the Department of Paris, and that it would be impossible for him in the future to devote himself to the affairs of his diocese. Again, perhaps there's a bit of acknowledgement there that he can't fulfill those functions rather than receiving the payment of a bishop. It would have been better for Talleyrand's reputation had his connection with the church been terminated fully with his resignation. but unfortunately there remained one further function in which he was persuaded to take part. The assembly, who had no intention of departing from Christianity, were faced with the task of finding recruits to fill the places of those ecclesiastics who had lost their livings rather than violate their consciences. This is the non-juror-juror distinction. The difficulty proved not insurmountable, although the new priesthood had little odour of sanctity about it and carried small weight in the minds of religious people. When, however, it came to appointing substitutes for the non-juring bishops, the additional obstacle presented itself that the law of apostolic succession demanded that any new bishop should be ordained by one who had already held that position, and that's a fundamental keystone of the Catholic Church. Now, in the case of each of the other three prelates who had taken the oath, reason existed why they could not perform the ceremony of consecration. Therefore, recourse was once more had to Talleyrand, who, although he had already resigned his see and was in almost open revolt against his church, consented to undertake the task and perform the extremely sacred ceremony of ordination for the benefit of three of the newly appointed bishops, who were thus enabled subsequently to ordain their colleagues. So it should be remarkable that something like this happened rather recently in the church's history, again in France, in the 1980s. However, it was a completely different context. This was one Marcel Lefebvre appointing his own bishops, and that gained him excommunication. And indeed, this is essentially the total inverse of this, where this is a progressive, quote unquote, bishop consecrating new revolutionary bishops in defiance of the papacy. The oath of allegiance to the civil constitution of the clergy, given as it had been in open disobedience to the instructions of the Pope, and the Pope, again, to your example about Cardinal Wolsey, the Pope drew explicit connection between this and Henry VIII and the schism, brought upon Talleyrand the anathema of Rome. In April, he was formally excommunicated. He offered no excuse and no defense, but he wrote to the Duke de Biron, should be mentioned, he was the Duke of Courland, and Talleyrand was sleeping with his wife at the time, the Duchess of Courland. One of his companions in pleasure and colleagues in politics. Have you heard that I have been excommunicated? Come and console me by having supper with me. Everyone must refuse me fire and water, so this evening we will all have cold meat and iced wine. So obviously he wasn't too bothered about it. Shortly afterwards, when the question was debated in the assembly, whether those... we've lost you, hopefully you'll come back. Shortly afterwards, when the question was debated in the assembly... Hello? We haven't lost you. Assembly, whether those priests who had refused the oath should be allowed to perform religious services, Talleyrand spoke eloquently on their behalf. It was nonsense, he contended, to limit the doctrines of freedom of opinion to a man's private thoughts. In the new era of liberty, men who were allowed to think as they pleased, they must also be allowed by their actions to show what they thought. For himself, he was glad that he had taken the oath. Although it had brought excommunication upon him, he believed that the constitutional church represented the purest form of the Catholic religion. Whatever the present Pope might do, the church would remain attached to the Holy See and would await the confidence of a change of opinion, either in him or in his successors. The speech was characteristic of one who, at the times of violent commotion, was capable of taking calm and long views, and under personal affront was strangely incapable of bearing malice. It should also be mentioned that, obviously, the papacy would not come to an understanding with this position, but ultimately, in the longue durée, he was right. Talleyrand was right, because the church would ultimately accept the ralliement and the laïcité in the 20th century. It would take 100 years, but ultimately Talleyrand and this hideous prophecy, effectively, that the church would accept this new revolutionary state of affairs ultimately came to pass.
Grim.
So at this time, so that's his religious contribution, and it results in his excommunication and him being one of the last quote unquote revolutionary bishops. And ultimately the contradiction rises to this point that his collaboration with the revolution means that he cannot, again, the principle of the two masters, and it's clear that his devotion is not to the faith and it's to France, and all notion really of his religion is gone at this point. It's only a question that we'll visit towards the end of the stream. He'd been a follower of Mirabeau. He's a figure I mentioned who joined the Third Estate as an aristocrat, but nevertheless, Mirabeau established himself as a constitutional monarchist, again looking at England as the model to which France essentially should follow. Mirabeau had died earlier on the revolution. Indeed, there's a conspiracy which I'll bring back towards the end. But during the flight to Varennes and the subsequent massacre, quote unquote, on the Champ de Mars, Talleyrand is again these figures who are still looking to the constitutional settlement, to the Constitution of 1791, as the best guarantee of French society and these reforms as then constituted. He's been prepared to go along with the declaration of the civil constitution of the clergy and the nationalization of church land. Indeed, he was integral in that as being agent general of the church, thereby in a unique position to be able to affect that policy. But ultimately, he is now finding himself in a dwindling camp compared to the more radical elements of the revolutionaries who are coming out as a result of the flight to Varennes, where King Louis XVI tries to flee to the Austrian Netherlands and gets caught and then gets brought back to Paris. With the death of Mirabeau, you can say that Talleyrand is really trying to fill that role, that he is the dominant figure among the remaining sort of constitutional monarchists. And this faction, it begins as the Patriotic Society, of which he and Mirabeau are members, and it evolves into the Feuillants Society in opposition to the Jacobin Club, which is the more radical and those essentially espousing what will later become the Republican cause of the National Convention. And it's as a member of this Feuillants faction that he becomes de facto ambassador to Britain. Not formal ambassador, because as a member of the Legislative Assembly, he cannot serve a governmental role and a legislative role simultaneously. But nevertheless, he is one of these few figures, and indeed with his connections, his history, and his Anglophilia, who can necessarily inhabit that role while not formally being the ambassador at that time. And I think this is pertinent to actually look at his overall essentially considerations regarding peace in France, because this is going to inform everything about Talleyrand going forward. So again, a brief section from Cooper. The new France that had been created by the revolution, he maintains, Talleyrand, adopt a new policy which will be in accordance with the philosophy of her constitution. The basis of this policy must be the abandonment of the old ambition to be the greatest power in Europe and of the old endeavor to acquire aggrandizement of territory. We have learned a little, late no doubt, that for states as for individuals, real wealth consists in not acquiring or invading the domains of others, but in developing one's own. We have learned that all extensions of territory, all usurpations by force or by fraud, which have long been connected by prejudice with the idea of rank, of hegemony, of political stability, of superiority in the order of the powers, are only the cruel jests of political lunacy. False estimates of power and their real effect is to increase the difficulties of administration and to diminish the happiness and security of the governed for the passing interest or for the vanity of those who govern. France ought therefore to maintain within her own boundaries that she owes it to her glory, to her sense of justice, and of reason, to her own interest, that of the other nations who will become free. So it's fascinating that you can read that and then imagine that this is the foreign minister of Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yeah, amazing.
But nevertheless, I think if there is a principle to which he is dedicated, that is consistent in the way that, again, he is this cipher for the era in which he was essentially brought up and cultivated in the salons of French society, quote unquote, in the 1780s. That is a view which never leaves him. That, along with his Anglophilia, I believe it permeates his understanding of everything, that he is not interested in the primacy of French power and the ability to impose French institutions or French territorial aggrandizement, but rather he's, I believe, sincerely interested in peace. And funnily enough, this is also the opinion of one Maximilien Robespierre during this time. But it is not the view of a majority of the French revolutionaries following the flight to Varennes. They believe that war, especially war with Austria, will not only be able to export the revolution, but will basically force the king to be captured by the revolution by having to basically choose between his Austrian relatives and his country. And essentially, Talleyrand and Robespierre are of the exact same opinion for once, which is that they believe that no revolution can be enforced willingly by armed missionaries. It's something that you can say destroys Napoleon in Spain, that very same militaristic zeal. But nevertheless, again, you can say that Talleyrand shows a perspicacity, but he's also, as we see with so much of the inherent contradictions with the revolution and with the position of him as a bishop, he's out of step, and the contradictions are growing wider and wider. And eventually, when it comes to the declaration of war in 1792, he has effectively lost all influence in terms of his ability to negotiate with Britain. He's able to influence Britain not to join the war alongside Austria immediately, but eventually Austria, along with Prussia and other nations in Europe, such as Spain, will join this coalition, which will become the First Coalition War. And indeed, he stays in France, servicing the revolution right up until the 1st of September, which is a couple of weeks after the storming of the Tuileries, where the king seeks the protection of the National Assembly, and then the Republic is basically declared. Indeed, the day following Talleyrand's decision finally to escape France is actually the day of the September massacres, where essentially anyone with a title in Paris is fair game, and tens of thousands of people, including essentially all of the entourage of Marie Antoinette, her ladies in waiting, are murdered by the French mob. So it's very politic to go. And indeed, another sort of interesting contradiction here, he's an emigre, but who is the one who procures him his passport to allow him to leave? None other than Georges Danton, one of the most infamous of the revolutionaries, and one of the principal actors in terms of being able to bring the Republic into existence in the first place. And indeed, it's to Danton that Talleyrand will continue his contacts throughout the remaining years of Danton's life, effectively. And Danton, you can almost say, during the Reign of Terror, he will actually become a moderate vis-a-vis Robespierre. He will be the one advocating for the continued rights of what remains of the Catholic Church, and then eventually he will be killed for it, as the radicals on the other side, the Hebatists, will also be killed. So Danton is the last connection that Talleyrand basically has to the revolutionary government. But as we've seen, it's not really a surprise that he decides to leave, and it ultimately proves to be very opportune for him to leave at that time. He goes into exile first to Britain, and he is able to, again, build upon his relationship with Pitt, as we saw, which had been established 10 years earlier within the salons of Paris. Indeed, many of the French aristocrats had cultivated a society around Juniper Hall, which, if accounts of the time are to be believed, Juniper Hall was more sophisticated a society of French emigres than anything within British society could manage at that time. And indeed, you can say it had a lasting cultural impression within the life of Britain. And indeed, it's also a time where the young Talleyrand still could make further romantic conquests. And possibly again father another illegitimate child, the mysterious Charlotte, quote unquote. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the few things that he requested once he left Paris was to request for his book supply, which effectively arrived in London. But before I get to his trip to America, do you have any insights or sort of any interest in this this time of the exile of the French aristos in London?
Well, it's particularly interesting. I mean, it was like these sort of moments where figures, so associated with one place are sort of uprooted and sort of have to find themselves sort of pitted against another very, very different culture of the same period. So, I mean, the sort of Talleyrand's time in England and particularly in America is it's very curious to think of these characters in these places. So yeah, and of course again, I mean, it's calling Talleyrand a Svengali-like figure. I mean, that he was also able to escape sort of the in some ways this sort of outcomes of things that he had facilitated. It's sort of amazing that he because of, as you just said, so many people associated with the Ancien regime didn't weren't able to escape this sort of massacre and this absolute bloodbath. So yeah, it's a curious moment of flux.
Well, I mean, English society at the time was, again, it's remarkable to just look at the trajectory that in the 1770s and the 1780s, all of these, you can say, more conservative members of French society were enamored of the British Constitution. Indeed, I'm very cynical, and I believe that part of the veneration towards England actually has to do with the fact that they won the 7 Years' War. So it's very much an imitation of the institutions of the victors, which also impresses itself upon the increasingly stratified and impoverished absolutism of French society. So that is one effect. But then again, we have the counter to that, which is that this society, which is, you can say, more Anglophile in many of its sentiments, that inaugurated this period of revolution, have come to England, and England has now become the bastion of reaction against the French Revolution.
Yeah.
It has become the safe harbor for all of these anti-revolution emigres, whether they be Louis XVIII himself or the perfidious Talleyrand, who has just arrived based on a passport he acquired from Georges Danton, who is a Minister of Justice during the September massacres, just to emphasize that.
So strange.
And one of the things, again, should be noted that this is the time of Edmund Burke's Reflections, the Revolution in France. And it is this assessment, again, by a Whig, nevertheless, that not only turns high British society against the cause of the French Revolution, because he predicts so much of what would later happen in the Terror, but it's also the beginning of modern political conservatism beyond reaction. So all of this is happening at a time where Talleyrand arrives at Juniper Hall, but I've already mentioned the fact that he's in communication with Danton. Again, it's a question to what extent, effectively, Danton was receiving bribes from abroad, or whether he maintained extensive contacts. That was the justification for killing Danton, it should be noted, during the height of the Reign of Terror. But the English are just as convinced, essentially, as Robespierre is, of Talleyrand's treachery. They believe Talleyrand is feeding information back to France. And so at the beginning of 1794, he is exiled from France. He doesn't really want to go anywhere in Europe, because Europe is in the midst of the First Coalition. So he makes, again, you can almost say, a rather radical step at the time, given the perils of the crossing over the Atlantic. He decides to go over to America. He goes over to America. He establishes himself in Philadelphia, which, of course, had been the site of the Constitutional Convention and the birth, essentially, of America in Philadelphia and Independence Hall. And he establishes his own society of, you could say, more liberal French emigres. And indeed, he relies on hospitality, having tried and failed to have a meeting with George Washington himself, who had just become president. He meets one Aaron Burr, and also meets one Alexander Hamilton. Aaron Burr would become vice president under Thomas Jefferson, and would end up killing Alexander Hamilton in a duel. Alexander Hamilton is one of the key Federalists, and probably alongside James Madison, one of the principal authors of the American Constitution, and indeed the impetus behind the creation of the American National Bank. So he is coming into America, and already he's ingratiating himself with all of these incredibly important people in American society, in addition to basically being the host of his own series of French-speaking exiles out in America. And already America is very enamored of the French Revolution. They look to the legacy of Lafayette, and they look on Talleyrand, and they see him as, again, a figure espousing liberty. So even though Talleyrand will remark that society is effectively English at that time, they are nevertheless enamored of the customs of France, and he will then opine about the future role of Britain's relationship to America and all that sort of thing. But it's
Um,
amazing the sort of characters he meets. And just one point before you come in, Dee,
so, yeah.
is that on the way to America, he just happens to meet and form a friendship with Benedict Arnold of all people.
Dear, dear. It should be remembered, of course, that just immediately prior to this, I mean, I think there's with some justification to say that the American Revolution would not have happened without France. In fact, prior to the French Revolution, this is where, I mean, people may not know, but Benjamin Franklin and John Adams traveled to France and spent quite a long time there, basically seeking support, military and financial, from from the king, and from the nobility of France, seeking support for the American Revolution against George III's Britain. So there was already kind of a curious affinity between the French state and the nascent American state. So that may have also played a role in then these kind of later affinities, and the sort of friendly nature with which Talleyrand may have been received by certain members of American, the sort of new American state.
Well, it's very much a cross-continental sort of reflection, because in Paris, this had been the time where also Thomas Jefferson was making his presence felt as ambassador. And I've already mentioned the fact that one of Jefferson's retinue, Governor Morris, he shared a mistress with. So there was this American segment within Paris society of which Talleyrand was very well connected. And then he goes and basically performs that similar function over in America. And I believe that's why ultimately he settled on the choice of America. And indeed, you could almost say he became a simp for Alexander Hamilton, which just to give one of Talleyrand's quotes, the three greatest men of the age are Charles Fox. Charles Fox was a British Whig politician who I don't care for obvious reasons, but he was a very firm abolition of slavery. Napoleon Bonaparte and Alexander Hamilton. But if I had to narrow the quality of the great men of our society down to one from three, I would choose Hamilton. And I must say, I do not understand this.
No. I mean, certainly, Hamilton, in the American canon has a place, but he would not be anywhere. He's not anywhere near my list of greatest men of that time. So, quite curious, and I do wonder what colored that. What sort of what were the qualities? What were the kind of that Hamilton embodied that Talleyrand found so appealing?
Well, Talleyrand, I mean, in fact, I'm speaking very broadly here. Talleyrand was always drawn to centralization and monarchy. And perhaps he saw with the American Constitution that the Articles of Confederation giving way to the Constitution was a good thing in that regard. I also look at someone like a Hamilton and the advocacy for financial centralization. That's also something that Talleyrand advocated for with his nationalization of church property and the creation of France's own national bank. So in many ways, their policies across the ocean were mirrored. I also think that given that Hamilton tended to occupy one faction and his opponent was Jefferson, and that Talleyrand absolutely despised Jefferson, may have played a role.
Yeah, yes, yeah, possibly. Yeah, no, and it's certainly the point about Hamilton being the kind of major proponent of what became the kind of massified federal state in the United States, which was not the vision, certainly, of Jefferson, and not the vision of many of the other framers. But yeah, that was certainly, I mean, Hamilton as one of the great Federalists, would be there. But it's curious also the role that Hamilton had in central, the idea of central banking.
If you look at the French Revolution, Hamilton is perhaps closest to the spirit of the French Revolution out of all of the leading American founding fathers. I think
which is strange. I mean, even more so than Jefferson in an odd way.
Well, yes. I mean, I don't want to get too much on a sidetrack here, but again, the Jeffersonian sort of anti-federalist position. The French were obsessed with centralization. Indeed, Talleyrand had himself served as as an administrator of a department. So again, we're talking about the politics of France and what is essentially most comparable to that. But nevertheless, I think even looking at these examples, you don't look to Hamilton and say that he is the greatest political figure of the epoch. But the
No.
fact again that he chooses Charles Fox, a very radical Whig, even within the context of the English political system, for which Talleyrand favors so much, is another great personage. It does, I think, in some ways impinge upon Talleyrand's assessments, but nevertheless,
Judgment.
the figure that actually precipitates Talleyrand leaving is one William Cobbett. He's an Englishman, goes over to America. He will later have a very prominent role in the Great Reform Act of 1832. But he's one of these figures who absolutely despises Talleyrand for his vices and his promiscuous lifestyle. And he actually convinces the government of George Washington to treat Talleyrand as a spy. So in many ways, he is also ostracized from French society, from the little French expat community that he establishes in America as well. And he goes over briefly to England before going to Hamburg. And essentially, it's the question in 1796 of choosing, okay, what is the time where I can finally return to France? Because, like the Varus comparison that we used earlier, um, my ultimate ambition is to serve my country, and whatever state happens to, inhabit the land of France during that time. The reign of terror is over. The Thermidorian reaction has taken place. Robespierre, Saint-Just, they're all dead. They've been guillotined. Barras and the rather weak and ineffectual Directory is in power. And basically, you can say it's through the intercession of Talleyrand's favorites and his admirers that he's finally been able to be taken off the list of proscribed individuals in France, whereby if he were ever to return as one of these hated aristocratic emigres, he'll be executed immediately. So he waits and he lobbies for his list, for his name to be taken off the list of proscription, and he comes back. And then he rises through the ranks, rather quickly. Within a year, he becomes one of the most powerful figures within France. And I think we have to look at it as being owed to the influence of one Madame de Stael. I'm not sure again how familiar you are with Madame de Stael, but she is the daughter of Jacques Necker, who was the Controller General of Finances within the last few years of the pre-revolutionary government. He was a Swiss financial mastermind, effectively, but nevertheless, he had failed to reform the finances, and ultimately, he'd been the one responsible for calling the Estates General. And it was his rumors of his dismissal and his resignation that caused the original impetus for the storming of the Bastille. And it is Madame de Stael, his daughter, who is keeping essentially this grand legacy for Necker alive within the circles and salons of France. She will later go on during the Empire to form the Copper Group, which is a very expansive, interconnected society of liberal thinking individuals, from figures as disparate as Benjamin Constant and Clausewitz. And Talleyrand, it should be mentioned, doesn't become a member of this group, but nevertheless, Madame de Stael is one of these figures, as we've already alluded to in his personal characteristics, who is enamored of Talleyrand, who knew him as an emigre, who knew him from before, and who lobbies very aggressively on behalf of Talleyrand to assume a ministerial position within the new Directory against a very reluctant Barras, who has already been alluded to. Barras will eventually come to hate Talleyrand with a burning passion. And indeed, there's this story effectively where one of Barras's secretaries had drowned in the Seine when he was bathing, and Talleyrand had been there very conveniently to console him just at the right time, perhaps selected by Madame de Stael herself. So all of these very sort of extraordinary measures are in place to allow for Talleyrand to be reconciled to the French system as then constituted, which was corrupt, it was weak. A new constitution basically had robbed the French Revolution of most of its most radical impulses. And it was basically a halfway house between what we see with the Napoleonic system and the National Convention between 1792 and 1795. But nevertheless, he's able to achieve this, and he achieves the post of foreign minister based on his acumen that we've already seen as the unofficial ambassador to England. And it should be noted, just a little tangent, his role with one Charles Delacroix. Charles Delacroix had been his predecessor. Charles Delacroix famously had to take an operation in order to perform his marital duties. But during the time where Talleyrand had just arrived in France, Madame Delacroix produced a son miraculously, and then this son so happened turned out to be a rather promising artist, and then he received a vast amount of money and patronage and support from a mysterious source. And this Delacroix I'm talking about is none other than Eugene Delacroix of Liberty Leading the People fame. And it's almost universally assumed that the real father of one Eugene Delacroix was in fact Charles Maurice Talleyrand.
Yes, indeed. Very curious. Again, another one of these strange sort of incursions into other cultural spheres with which I'm more familiar. But yeah, curious that. Must be a coincidence.
Must be a pure coincidence. But just out of curiosity, what are your thoughts on Delacroix?
What are my thoughts on Delacroix? I certainly have great fondness for periods of Delacroix, and obviously as a sort of transitional figure between between a sort of distinct sensibility in French painting. Obviously very important. Not an artist I think about a lot, and I don't know particularly now. It would take me a moment of reflection to think about why, but yeah, certainly. I mean, as French painters go, and this period particularly, yes, a great transitional character. But sorry, I can't offer anything more eloquent than that.
No, but it's just interesting, isn't it? Just Talleyrand's genius sort of coming out in different expressions. If we're going to look at the inherited sort of virtues of a figure like Eugene Delacroix, who also had just so happened to have the rather famous retroussé Talleyrand nose. It should be mentioned among many other qualities.
Yeah, and I mean, again, unusual. You don't generally think of the sort of bastard children of various louche, sort of bureaucratic, aristocratic figures as sort of rising on their own merit. But I think that it's suffice to say it was not just on the strength of the great financial largesse, perhaps from his father, or kind of positioning, by a figure of influence and importance that Delacroix made his name. There was clearly a supreme talent there. So curiously, the one perhaps to my eternal shame, but one of the when I think of Delacroix, I often think of there's a picture he did in the 1830s called "The Women of Algiers." I mean, one of his very famous paintings. But I tend to associate him very strongly with Pablo Picasso, because Picasso did in the 1950s did a series of variations upon that painting, sort of elaborations and abstractions that are very well known. So again, this is perhaps one of the reasons why I think of Delacroix being a sort of transitional figure, because in a way you could sort of I mean, if you think about another great painter of that approximate period, David, Jean-Louis David, you could see how Delacroix was influenced in a way, but also you can see the structure of French neoclassical painting sort of beginning to blur at the edges and break. And so hence my that I always tend to think of Delacroix as a figure of flux. But yeah, there you go.
But it should be noted that in addition to almost certainly being the father of Charles Delacroix's son, that he would take his job, Talleyrand, he would take his wife, and he would ultimately go out and trash his reputation as well. So Talleyrand destroyed Charles Delacroix completely.
Complete scoundrel.
Before taking this job. And then another remarkable thing, because we talked about this great affinity he had towards the American Revolution and Alexander Hamilton. And again, I'm going back to my whole notion of him being a cipher for his age, which is the Ancien regime less than the revolution, which is the fact that many of the high-ranking bureaucrats under the later days of the Ancien regime, such as the tax farmers most prominently, were there by virtue of venal holdings. Either they were inherited or they were purchased. And that is very much the continuation of the structure of the French government that we see even during the revolutionary period, and despite the quote unquote égalité of the French Revolution, in that the high-ranking bureaucrats are mercenaries. They are there, they are paid, and they expect to be compensated almost excessively for their services and for their continued loyalty to any regime. And so that's the expected custom among the various aristocratic governments of Europe. So when Talleyrand becomes foreign minister under the Directory, he expects bribes effectively from other European governments as thoughtful gifts, to influence the good nature and opinion of France during a very tumultuous time. And then the Americans come over in 1798, and they're expected to do the same. And the Americans are horrified because they're a new nation. They're not accustomed to these conventions of French venal foreign policy. And so horrified are they that it actually leads in part to the XYZ quasi-war between France and America over this expectation or demands of the French diplomatic establishment for bribes. I'm oversimplifying it almost intentionally because I tend to view it more as a interfactional struggle in America between the Federalists and the Jeffersonians for various reasons that we're going into. But it should be noted again that Talleyrand almost completely severed relationships with America due to the whole nature of his position, his assumption that it was essentially a venal position, that he was a mercenary. He expected to be compensated for his services and expected to receive gifts for it.
Yeah, and very much sort of certainly America was much, was essentially a British civilization, an offshoot of British civilization, and I think just by that nature, not accustomed to just the open expectation that that every action required a payment, that in other words, that bribery, I mean, even today, there's sort of continental notion in certain places where it's just assumed that that's how things work, and I think there's still this sort of feigned or otherwise shock when when people sort of talk about these things openly. It's just sort of like amusing thing I always see. I've seen looking back into Talleyrand a bit is just again his lifelong assumption that that no deed should be uncompensated in one way or the other.
I think this is an interesting, again, because we talked about his diplomatic career, or the failure of it, but now we're getting to Napoleon, and the Directory, as I said, was a midway system. It was very ineffectual, weak. If you're looking at the system of government, there were 5 directors, but Barras was the figure who dominated the Directory as its de facto leader throughout the entire sort of 5 years of its existence. But nevertheless, there were still radical elements of the French Revolution, such as one of the directors, Revellier, who wanted to establish his own church called Theophilanthropy, and other bizarre experiments like that. And there was this expectation again that some of the directors were going to go over and they were going to support a Bourbon restoration, or that, God forbid, there was going to be a Jacobin restoration. There was the brief rising of Babeuf, who was seen as basically a Marxist antecedent by various left-wing historians. So this is a period of tumult, and Talleyrand has to navigate this, and he basically has to decide what side he is going to become a part of. And he decides to endure this directory system. There is a perception among the Directory of a potential royalist coup d'etat led by prominent generals Pigegout and Barthélemy, and indeed the presence of royalists for the first time as a dominating factor in the Council of the 500, which is the lower house of the French legislature. And this spawns the counter coup, the coup of the 18th of Fructidor. And the effect of this basically is to destroy the quote unquote democratic faith in this new later sort of iteration of the French sort of revolutionary constitution, because it's now very obvious that elections will be suspended, and the constitution will be altered if the royalists look like they're going to come back in ascendancy and even win power legally. So it's clear that because Talleyrand supports all of these endeavors, again, perhaps he's doing it for the same reason that he believes the royalists are acting prematurely, that they don't have the power in France for him basically to swoop in and switch sides conveniently. So he decides to support the Directory. And in that, he again picks the winning side. But he begins to groom the young Napoleon. Napoleon had already been an established player in French society at this point. Napoleon had won his great campaigns in 1796 in Italy. And indeed, one of the great feats of Napoleon is concluding the Treaty of Campoformo. It's one of the things that will be to the great credit of Talleyrand that Napoleon was able to achieve this, which is driving the Austrians out of Italy and turning Italy into a disaster for France, into the main theatre of conflict, basically, in the whole war. But he's also able to see, you can say, the beginning of the end in Napoleon in the way he negotiates treaties. So if we're going to have romantic notions, or you can say, political notions or whatever, in a figure like Talleyrand, he's very attached to Venice and he's very attached to Poland. He believes that Venice and Poland should be restored throughout many times in his career. And as a result of this treaty that Napoleon negotiates, Napoleon basically ends Venice as an independent state, and worse, he gives it over to Austria. And he believes that this is a complete catastrophe. But nevertheless, he overlooks this foreboding element that we see in Napoleon's foreign policy in order to see the benefits that can accrue from an alliance with Napoleon. And indeed, if you look at the sort of beginning of the coup de Brumaire and all the planning that goes into that, right from the beginning, he brings Napoleon into his orbit, and he sets Napoleon up as this great cultivated intellectual man and a devotee of the Republic. He supports him becoming a member of the Institute of France, as a member of the Academy of Sciences. And indeed, one of the interesting things that Napoleon suggests as a member of the Academy of Sciences is, well, wouldn't it be a good thing if we conquered Egypt? Which is based on an older idea by Choiseul, and who was the principal foreign minister of Louis XVI, and even going all the way back to a recommendation that Leibniz gave Louis XIV at the end of the 17th century. But nevertheless, for Talleyrand, again, Talleyrand is weighing up already in his mind a coup against the Directory, believing that there has to be some internal reform because it's so corrupt and weak. He simply has to contrive a means of it happening. But he also believes that the moment has not yet come. And so he endorses Napoleon going off on this great Egyptian adventure. Indeed, he actually writes to Napoleon that Napoleon will conquer Syria, he will conquer Anatolia, he will arrive in Constantinople, he will create himself Emperor of the East, and Talleyrand will be there in Constantinople to meet him. So it's one of the rare moments, Dee, where you can actually see that Talleyrand is so impressed by the very young Napoleon at this point, he's still in his late 20s, that he's actually prepared to almost indulge in a bit of foreign policy fantasy regarding the potentials of someone like a young Napoleon. And as we know, Talleyrand wasn't actually so far from realizing the potential of a Napoleon, given what ultimately he would achieve later in his career.
Indeed, it's sort of very weird romantic set piece, Emperor of the East. I shall go to Constantinople. I didn't know about that either. Amazing.
So when Napoleon comes back, of course, it's a disaster, but Napoleon, and it's very important for Talleyrand also, to present Napoleon, as this great champion of defeating the British, and even though the disaster of the Battle of the Nile and all that, and his victory for French science and Egyptology, the birth of that academic discipline and all of that. But he wants his coup, but Talleyrand also doesn't want to be implicated if the coup doesn't go very well. So he goes around and tries to find a dupe for this coup against the Directory, and he finds the Abbe Sieyès, who I've already mentioned, one of these other dissolute priests. Abbe Sieyès had been a great pamphleteer before the French Revolution. Nevertheless, he had maintained a very low profile throughout much of the revolution, and indeed when basically claimed, what did you do during like the Reign of Terror? Sieyès basically said, "I survived," and that is his sort of great claim to fame, is his perpetual cowardice, kind of like Talleyrand in a way,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's able to survive these various regimes. But nevertheless, Sieyès believes, or is essentially induced by Talleyrand to believe, that he can be the great. This is his time. He can be the great leader of France. All he needs is a military man to support him. Talleyrand obviously has Napoleon in mind, but Sieyès goes shopping basically for a military figure. At one point, it looks like it's going to be Moreau, who is a great general who I'll talk about later. But ultimately, Moreau says, "You need to go to Napoleon. I have no interest in this plan." And so it's at this point where all of the points converge, that it's going to be Sieyès and Napoleon and another one of the directors at the time, Roger Ducos, to support this coup, which is effectively being stage managed by Talleyrand. You have this remarkable thing where all the 5 directors all live in the Palais de Luxembourg in Paris, and 2 of them are conspiring, and they have to all conspire in the same building and meet clandestinely and not awake the others. And then Barras finds out, but then Talleyrand convinces Barras that, "Oh, you're also a member of the conspiracy," even though he's the principal victim of the conspiracy and all this sort of thing. So Talleyrand is able basically to and I've always contended that this will make a wonderful venue for a film, a comedy film, the coup of Brumaire. But nevertheless, Talleyrand is behind various initiatives, like ensuring that the Council of the 500 have moved outside of Paris to Saint-Cloud, where they're going to be relatively isolated. And then Napoleon basically effects his coup, which almost fails because of Napoleon himself, because Napoleon almost singularly in the course of his career loses his nerve, and it actually falls on his brother Lucien and Sieyès to actually come in and provide that strength for Napoleon basically to come back and demand a new constitution for France. And you have these miraculous scenes basically where you have all of these council members saying, outlaw, death to tyrant, death to tyrant. And then you have the grenadiers going in, and then they're jumping out of windows and leaving by any sort of crevice or corridor they can find. And really all that happens is that the consuls to be wait until enough members of the assembly have jumped out of the windows until you have a loyal rump who will vote through the necessary measures in order to form a new constitution. And of course, Talleyrand isn't a member of this new consulate, but he has effectively won. He's used Sieyès as his pawn, and now Sieyès has been outmaneuvered by Napoleon, and Napoleon is now first consul of France. And indeed, in terms of his own sort of monarchical sympathies, you can say again that this is a triumph for Talleyrand, because finally France has a mode of government which is presidential, rather than diffusing the powers among either the National Convention and the rotating presidency, the Committee of Public Safety, or the number of directors. The corrupt figures like Barras are gone, and now it looks like for the first time that possibly there could be a stabilization of the French government. And the great event that stabilizes the Napoleonic regime is when he wins the Battle of Marengo against the Austrians in 1800. And Moreau, the general I mentioned, wins a great battle at Hohenlinden. And so within a year, it seems that Napoleon has stabilized the regime, and Talleyrand is basically the great eminence behind the system. He's the one influencing Napoleon. It's in many ways the height of Talleyrand's influence over any of the political systems that we see. And indeed, I think it's fair to say, Dee, that I look at this period of the early consulate as Talleyrand's triumph in many ways. I've already purposely alluded to his policies regarding France's place in the world and peace. And it's really a time where all of Talleyrand's accomplishments during the time of Napoleon are made during this period of time, during the consulate. He's able to achieve the return of the emigres, for example. In fact, Napoleon is so enthusiastic about the return of the emigres that Napoleon even suggests bringing back the Bourbons. It's almost incredible, failing to understand that the Bourbons would never renounce their royal pretensions in order just to have their lands back. And of course, having the Bourbons there would mean that they could renege and then demand the throne at a later date. But so is Napoleon attempting to effect some sort of conservative restoration to appease the likes of a Talleyrand. So that is a great achievement. And then you have the Concordat. And the Concordat removes the civil constitution of the clergy, and it reestablishes relationship with the Holy See, and it reestablishes the pre-revolutionary calendar. It reestablishes Sundays, decimal time, decimal calendars, all of that are gone. Theophilanthropy, the cult of reason, the cult of the supreme being, they're all gone. Napoleon bans them. And in the Concordat, Catholicism is made the state religion of France once again. And the interesting thing is that Talleyrand is actually a liability in that situation rather than an asset for obvious reasons, because the foreign minister, one of the most influential figures of Napoleon's government, is a bishop who has appointed bishops again in complete contravention to the wishes of Rome, supported the civil constitution of the clergy, and is now living openly with his very beautiful mistress, Catherine Grande or Volée, who will later become Madame de Talleyrand. This image is from 1783. I mean, her story in itself is really rather remarkable. Dee. She begins her career basically as a professional escort.
Wasn't she a courtesan of some sort?
Yes, this is a painting by Elizabeth Lebrun, who you're no doubt familiar with as being one of the great portrait artists of the later Ancien regime, and the style of sort of Louis XVI. But nevertheless, she, at the age of 15, gets married to a British officer in Bengal. So she goes over there, and then she is seduced by the Deputy Governor General of the East India Trading Company. And there's this wonderful anecdote where he comes to visit her every night, this young sort of, beautiful, now sort of sexually available sort of 16-year-old wife. And he's actually caught as if he were an animal because of the situation in Bengal. There's a trap laid for him as he's coming to have one of his romantic rendezvous, the deputy governor of the East India Company. And that causes such a scandal that, she's forced to, renounce her marriage and leave India. And she comes back to France, and she becomes like a Josephine. She becomes one of these high-ranking sort of political escorts within France at the time, until finally Talleyrand is attached to her. And Talleyrand is interested in her really for only two reasons. One, of course, is sexual gratification. But the other is that, of course, he knows the power of having a beautiful young woman on his arm in terms of being able to position himself and elevate his own rank within society. He's always prepared to use women as his emissaries effectively and as his escorts in order to enhance his own prestige. And so having was basically considered one of the most beautiful women in France at that time as his mistress was a political coup, and indeed in addition to a personal coup. But she's also renowned as being one of the least intelligent of Talleyrand's romantic conquests. So in the long term, she would actually prove to be rather a liability for him. But nevertheless, it is Catherine Grande who is his paramour, his maîtresse en titre, at the time of the Concordat in 1801. And so not only does Napoleon essentially want to deal with the situation in Rome, but he wants to, how would the best word to describe this? He wants to normalize Talleyrand. He wants to normalize Talleyrand in the relationship with the Holy See. One solution is to make Talleyrand a cardinal, as had been previously suggested by Madame de Biron. And Talleyrand rejects the idea because Talleyrand has completely, as we know, lost interest in religion. He wants to be a diplomat and a minister. He doesn't want to become a servant of Rome. And so The alternative to that is laicization. He's basically defrocked. He's formally um, debarred from the clergy, and he is no longer a bishop. But nevertheless, in terms of the scandal that follows him, people always refer to him as the Abbé de Talleyrand, the Bishop of Autun. So even though he's been officially laicized and he's no longer a bishop or a priest in the eyes of the church, that stigma will still follow him. And indeed, as a man now living in sin, Napoleon basically puts pressure on him to marry Catherine Grant, Madame de Talleyrand, and it's not a happy marriage.
Yeah, I just remember that he was basically forced into marriage, and not the marrying sort, Talleyrand.
So indeed, as he was forced to be a priest, he is now being forced into a situation of marriage. And as with all things Napoleon was looking at Talleyrand as, again, a diplomatic asset. And so he saw the advantage of having Madame de Talleyrand as the great hostess at the Chateau de Valençay, which again, Napoleon actually compels Talleyrand to buy in 1803 as a great diplomatic setting for, again, receiving foreign dignitaries effectively. It's not actually Talleyrand's idea to buy the Chateau de Valençay. It is actually Napoleon's, indeed, as per the marriage. But as a result of the Concordat, he is officially, as I mentioned, he's officially debarred from the clergy, and he's forced to marry one of his least impressive mistresses. But as I also said, this is Talleyrand's greatest triumph during his career with Napoleon, because he achieves peace treaty after peace treaty after peace treaty. Again, it's remarkable to think about this, but in 1799, 1800 D, Napoleon was thought to be a man of peace. He was anticipated to bring the War of the First Coalition to the end. That was the great hope among people in France at the time, and we all know how horrifically that went. But nevertheless, Talleyrand really is the vehicle of that policy, a policy you can say he very much imposes on the young Napoleon. He is able to achieve the Treaty of Aranjuez, which allows Louisiana to be restored to France. In addition, he bolsters his alliance with Spain by appointing a Bourbon prince to become basically a Napoleonic client in Etruria, which was formerly Tuscany. He forms a treaty with Naples, which had been a Napoleonic enemy. And in terms of the more significant things he achieves, we have the Convention of 1800, which normalizes relationships with America after the conspiracy, the quasi-war, which we just alluded to. And then we have even greater triumphs in the form of the Treaty of Lunéville. Napoleon had already nominally won the territories of the left bank of the Rhine through the Treaty of Campo-Formio with Austria, but had never been ratified effectively by all the other powers. But with the Treaty of Lunéville, for the first time, France is able to achieve its Gallican borders. I've alluded to this on many other streams, but the Gallican borders essentially allow for France to, with the benefit of hindsight, have the resources and the defensive territory to dominate Europe almost into perpetuity. It's almost impossible to see how Germany could have been unified if France had held on to these territories. And that was Talleyrand and Napoleon's great triumph to stabilize and have ratified these borders. And indeed, as we've already mentioned with someone like a Talleyrand is a man who does not believe in territorial aggrandizement. So he looks at this with a hint, say, for example, of caution. Indeed, his way of describing this is, hopefully Europe will allow us to forgive us our good fortune effectively. So it is, Napoleon has won all these great victories. And indeed, this has been encouraged and spurred on by Talleyrand. But Talleyrand also wants to nullify this in terms of a series of European retributions to be delivered against France. And another way of him achieving this essentially is for another aspect of the Treaty of Lunéville, which is the mediatizations. One of the virtues or the benefits that France received from this treaty was the ability to compensate all the German princes who had lost their territories in the left bank of the Rhine in the remaining rump of the Holy Roman Empire, which will be dissolved within a few years. And effectively what Talleyrand and Napoleon do is they have a all-pervasive influence in divvying up the remaining territories, often seized, again, in terms of his role of nationalization of church land, the mediatizations are taking away territories held by the church, like the Cardinal Archbishop of Salzburg, or the Archbishop of Trier, or the Bishop of Mainz, or the Bishop of Munster, or whatever, and giving them to secular German princes. So you have, the Elector of Bavaria and various princes in Westphalia and Württemberg and Baden, all appealing to Talleyrand, please give us this territory or that territory or this bishopric or the land of this imperial knight or whatever. And of course, it wouldn't be a surprise, Dee, to know that he makes a vast amount of money receiving all of these petitions and bribes from this as well. So he does very well out of it. But as you can also clearly understand, this is the basis for what we would later see as the Confederation of the Rhine for France. These are all of the Napoleonic allies. And indeed, one of these Napoleonic allies, Dalberg, is going to remain a Bonapartist, to remain an ally of Talleyrand throughout the duration of his entire life, effectively. So it is a very profitable, and for France, it is an incredibly advantageous position, which Talleyrand has invited. Has also been a great win in terms of winning over the Russians for the first time. It looked as if when Tsar Paul was assassinated, who had basically been won over to the cause of Napoleon at the end, that Alexander was going to pursue an anti-French policy. But what does Talleyrand and Napoleon do as a result of the Treaty of Lunéville? They award many German princes to relatives of Alexander. And so again, he's basically fogged off by this series of alliances. So it's very successful. But then there's an even greater triumph, which is the Treaty of Amiens, which is a peace with Britain. It's the only peace with Britain throughout the entirety of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, and it's negotiated by Talleyrand. And indeed, it's actually, from the point of view of Britain, it's a very disadvantageous peace, because by virtue of it, Britain was to evacuate the Cape Colony, which they'd occupied, most of their conquests at the expense of the Dutch, basically, which had now become a French client in the form of the Batavian Republic. And indeed, the British were to leave places like Malta, which they'd occupied after Napoleon had dispossessed the original Knights Hospitaller there. So, and again, we're talking about the recognition of Louisiana as a French possession as well. So from the perspective of the British, this seemed very disadvantageous, but it did allow for commercial links to be drawn together. And Talleyrand was always of the view that it is Britain and France together as the great agricultural continental power and the power of maritime trade that are natural allies. And he also was essentially working out a new policy of French and the British divvying up the Spanish Empire, and basically presaging what we see with the policy of George Canning in the Spanish Wars of Independence in the 1820s. So Talleyrand has very grand ambitions for his Anglo-centric policy going forward, but also he's very aware that it is going to be an incredibly difficult policy to maintain. He believes that he's essentially been able to exploit the political weakness of the British. For reference, William Pitt had resigned, Pitt the Younger, in 1801. He'd been replaced by what is basically considered to be an interim prime minister in the form of Addington, who was prime minister between 1801 and 1804. And for that reason, Talleyrand again was perspicacious enough to believe that he would have preferred a strong prime minister to negotiate the treaty, because then he would believe it to be on a firmer footing. He also again hoped that the treaty would actually be more preferential towards the British, so they wouldn't have any resentment towards the French, because indeed, as we saw with the Cape Colony, the British would ultimately end up reacquiring it anyway. But nevertheless, again, this is a triumph that he's able to achieve all of these peace policies throughout Europe. And of course, who is the main issue regarding the maintenance of this peace? It is, of course, Napoleon. But just to look at that legacy, you have to again credit Talleyrand as being almost a diplomatic genius in terms of being able to bring all these treaties here and being able to present Napoleon, the general, the sword of Italy, essentially, the Lion of Naples, as the great man of peace.
Astounding. Yeah. That is certainly a work of diplomatic genius. If only the last bit of theatre there.
And we know why it fails. It fails because, again, Talleyrand elucidates this. For Talleyrand, war is essentially only an object in terms of being able to achieve a diplomatic goal. And for Napoleon, it's the opposite. Diplomatic goals are determined by success in war. In other words, the more successful Napoleon is, the more grand his diplomatic ambitions are. And of course, this means essentially that Napoleon is always going to be, in many ways, his politics is going to be driven by good fortune and caprice, rather than any sort of notion of farsightedness. So Talleyrand knows that the British have interests in the Mediterranean, they have interests in Italy, and any intention basically of Napoleon to expand his territories would be seen as a direct threat. Then essentially Addington can go back to Parliament and say that the French are not worth having peace with and we need to engage in war, even at great risk, because Hanover, which is a royal possession of the English kings, was exposed essentially to French occupation, which it would ultimately be in 1803. But Napoleon makes a move on Switzerland, and he makes a move on Piedmont, and he makes larger overtures in Italy. And these essentially are the catalysts for the resumption of hostilities in 1803. And again, a possible notion that Talleyrand could have abandoned Napoleon at this point, for essentially forsaking his advice and deciding to annex more territory unnecessarily. It should add, given how large France is, as you can see on this image on the right, that Talleyrand wasn't able to induce Europe to forgive us our fortune, but rather Napoleon was seen no longer as a man of peace, but as Boney the ogre, the menace of Europe and the conqueror of all these various territories. So it didn't last very long. And Talleyrand again has some culpability in this, and the fact that Talleyrand was more than willing to influence Napoleon towards the cause of empire. Talleyrand believed effectively that monarchy, as I mentioned, was the preferable form of government. And so all of his overtures were to treat Napoleon as if he were the grand sire, the new Charlemagne, this great lord of France. And perhaps you could say the greatest culpability he has in terms of crimes is the assassination of the Duke of Enghien. It's something we won't get into too much, but nevertheless, effectively, there is a royalist plot against Napoleon. It forces out the Jacobin Minister of Police, one Joseph Fouché, and Caulaincourt suggests essentially going into Ettenheim and picking up a member of the essentially Bourbon emigres and using them as a scapegoat, effectively, for this royalist plot against the life of Napoleon. And it also so happened that the Duke of Enghien was one of the most distinguished of the members of the House of Bourbon. He was the last scion of the House of Condé, with a long and distinguished history. And on the one hand, Talleyrand is quoted as saying this: "It was worse than the crime; it was an error," which again, is a wonderful quote in terms of Talleyrand's Machiavellian nihilism. That he also believes that crimes are not committed by high officers of state. Crimes are only committed by idiots or lesser people, effectively. But in this, he perceives it as a crime and an error, effectively, in that it basically induces the nobility of Europe to look upon the consulate as a illegitimate and usurping power, which, of course, in many ways it was. But on the other hand, there's this infamous remark about Talleyrand when he was asked essentially, what are the implications of the death of the Duke of Enghien. He says, well, I guess the House of Condé is no more. So are we going to look at this complete disaffection and this ambivalence he has towards the Duke of Enghien as a complicity, or just his characteristic laziness? We don't know, because nevertheless it was the assassination of the Duke of Enghien which led the Jacobins basically to support Napoleon as emperor, which was one of Talleyrand's goals in the first place. So what would you generally sort of say to that in terms of, I mean, we're talking about this, Dee, in the context of him as having a redemption arc, and him sort of lurching towards the restoration of the monarchy, and ultimately him being the main sort of partisan for the Bonaparte cause, and to what extent basically he's willing to support that. We've already seen his role in supporting the coup of Fructidor, how the coup of Brumaire basically forestalled a potential monarchist restoration under the Bourbons. And now we see that Talleyrand is prepared to at least acquiesce begrudgingly, or as a collaborationist party in what he basically perceives to be a great error in the form of the death of Enghien.
Well, again, it's this sort of uncanny ability to kind of have a sort of utilitarian solution to fortune, fair and foul. That again, it's and of course, with the fact that I know how these things are going to turn out. I mean, ultimately, he will exhaust his temporary allegiance to Napoleon as well. But again, I mean, it's difficult because whether this was sort of effective in the long run for one thing or the other, but one can't help but still be kind of just have a sort of sour feeling about the kind of just ambivalent nature of his relationship to to these people, causes, or things. So I'm unsure what to say about that.
So I'm going to now describe his loss of influence. Already we're seeing that as he is culpable in creating the empire, his great moment of diplomatic brilliance is passing him. And now he's beginning to see that Napoleon cannot be controlled and that his influence is growing ever so finite. And this is a moment, again, taken out of Cooper's biography, which is something I've alluded to always, which is Talleyrand's position on Austria. It is the moment of victory that tests a statesman, and the situation of Talleyrand at Strasbourg after Ulm was curiously similar to that of Bismarck at Nikolsburg after Sadowa, which is the equivalent of Königgrätz. So Napoleon had assembled an army at Boulogne ready to invade Britain, and then the Third Coalition had declared its intentions against Napoleon. The Russians and the Austrians basically rushed into the field in Germany, but there was a communications breakdown. The Russian and Austrian armies didn't unite. The Austrian army was separated. Napoleon surrounded von Mack in Württemberg, and he surrounded it, and he forced its surrender. And it was a great triumph. And again, it's at this point, essentially, that Talleyrand believes that everything began to change, and it changed ultimately from his perspective for the worst. On each occasion, Austria had been defeated. On each occasion, the royal commander-in-chief was being urged on by his own ambition and by the voices of all of his staff and of every soldier in the field to further triumphs. On each occasion, the solitary and mistrusted voice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who alone could see in the defeated foe of today the potential ally of tomorrow, was raised in passionate pleading for moderation. Bismarck succeeded where Talleyrand failed, but we know from Bismarck's own memoirs how near he came to failure, and how unexpected assistance of his old enemy, the Crown Prince, who came to his aid at a moment when he was contemplating suicide, again, that was to me very much affected for political gain, turned the scales in his favour. Talleyrand did not take his life or politics as seriously as Bismarck, but he saw the future as plainly, and once more he sought to dissuade Napoleon from the course that led him to immediate triumph and ultimate destruction. It is important, the memorandum of the 17th of October, his main thesis, is that Austria must be the future ally of France. In order that their friendship may secure, it's desirable that their territory should be contiguous. Northern Italy is the danger zone. Let Austria renounce her interest and possession in that part of Europe, and in order that she may cast no lingering look behind, set up behind her the most ancient Republic of Venice, restored to independence, which will serve as the substantial barrier. So again, going back to Campoforno, he looks at Venice as a European necessity, Talleyrand. But it's impossible to convert a vanquished and humiliated foe into a firm and faithful ally. Austria must be compensated in the east for all she forfeits in the west. Moldavia, Wallachia, Bessarabia, and the parts of Bulgaria will increase rather than diminish the power and prestige of the Habsburg Empire, which in future will stand with its back towards Europe and its face to the east, thus acting as a bulwark to protect the Western civilization from the aggression of Russia. These lands at the expense of what he basically believed were the moribund Ottoman Empire. The latter, faced by so powerful an antagonist on her western frontiers, and knowing that behind the antagonist there stands her still more formidable ally, will also be driven to look eastwards for expansion, where she will find herself hampered by the oriental possessions and ambitions of Great Britain. So Russia and Great Britain, the two most dangerous enemies of France, will be set to grapple with one another in Asia, and Europe will be left in peace. So basically, he's almost again prophesizing the great game which the first sort of fire that had been shot there had been the threat of Tsar Paul to send a Cossack army to conquer India in 1800. Napoleon was impressed by so lucid, far-sighted, and statesmanlike an exposition of policy, and summoned a special council at Munich to consider the adoption of Munich, which was now Napoleon's ally, as per part of the consequence of the Treaty of Luneville, to consider the adoption of Talleyrand's memorandum. But events were moving too quickly, and the tide of success was carrying him too rapidly along. The desire to march a victor into Vienna and to dictate his orders from the palace of the Habsburgs was too strong for him, and all the counsels of moderation were thrown to the winds. The capitulation of Ulm was followed by the victory of Austerlitz, and the Emperor of Russia joined the Emperor of Austria, both fugitives before the irresistible armies of France. Such an astounding and unprecedented series of successes was enough to turn the strongest of heads, and all France participated for a period in the intoxication of her triumphant emperor, but Talleyrand remained a cool spectator. So what Bismarck did after the victory of Königgrätz was impose his view on the King of Prussia, King Wilhelm, who later became the first German Kaiser, that Austria must remain an ally of Prussia if ever it were to fight against Russia, and that ultimately is what would happen in the First World War. And so he directed his conquests in Germany, not against Austria, and it worked. And it also helped for the isolation of Prussia's proverbial enemy throughout the Kaiserreich, which was, of course, France. So in the benefit of hindsight, we can see that Bismarck learned from the mistakes of Napoleon, and that's why Bismarck basically left Germany with a greater legacy than Napoleon ultimately left France. But what Cooper is basically attesting to is that Talleyrand had the vision to see that Austria should serve as that ally, essentially before it took the insight of someone like a Metternich to allow for that position to come from Austria, whereas Napoleon effectively had it within its gift before Austerlitz to go over and create an alliance with Austria, but he instead went on, won dizzying great conquest at the expense of Austria and the expense of Russia, and the logic of the conquest continued, and it continued unabated until Napoleon himself was defeated. So if anything, what Talleyrand is saying, that Austerlitz was unnecessary. What purpose ultimately did it serve from the grand objectives of Napoleonic grand strategy, other than to rob Austria of more territory, to antagonize Austria against France, and ultimately ensure that Austria would fight against France not once but twice in the wars of the Fifth and the Sixth Coalitions? So again, I find that aspect of the Munich memorandum of Talleyrand absolutely fascinating, that he is perhaps the only figure of the immediate entourage of Napoleon who, having, as we've already said, fallen under the influence of Napoleon's star with the fantasies of conquering the Ottoman Empire, now some 8 years later, he is looking at Napoleon's success, and he is looking at it as essentially a means to build a diplomatic Europe. But Napoleon has already set his heart on the military conquest of Europe. What do you think of that?
Yeah, difficult situation, I suppose. Do you do you sense in a way that even at this time, Talleyrand? I mean, I know you said ambivalence, or sort of unmoved by passion in this sense, but do you think there was a sense that already begun to see how Napoleon's sort of project was ultimately going to fail? I mean, is this a sort of manifestation of that?
I don't think he necessarily thought it was going to fail. He would certainly think that a few years later, in 1807, 1808. But at this particular time, I think what he was basically looking at the last diplomatic triumph for France, whereas Napoleon was looking only at military triumphs. He was no longer interested in diplomatic triumphs. And as has been reiterated with the Venice example, Talleyrand has already seen the doom of Napoleon in his treatment of Venice and looking at Venice as a European necessity, so to speak. So he's always looking at that first mistake of Napoleon and bringing back to it even 8 years later, when most people have simply forgotten about that. So Talleyrand is looking at this in the round from a much longer, and again, you can say far more objective perspective. And I think it's fair to say that no one after Austerlitz believed that Napoleon would be defeated in the way that he ultimately was, with the edict of Fontainebleau, with the the abdication of Fontainebleau, being sent to Elba and ultimately being sent to St. Helena.
Yeah.
But again, Talleyrand is looking at grand strategy in a way that Napoleon was not. He doesn't look at France as a power that dominates everyone around it. He's looking at France as a part of Europe, not as Europe, in the way that Napoleon is basically perceiving it. One way of looking at this is that Napoleon is basically looking at the future empire of Europe, whereas Talleyrand is basically looking at what would later be the concert of Europe. So in many ways, he's actually Metternich before Metternich, if that makes sense.
Yeah, indeed.
And you can just see this in terms of his further admonitions against Napoleon. So, for example, he's very opposed to what Napoleon will do in Italy. Napoleon makes himself, already there have been a series of sister republics, the Cisalpine Republic, the Transalpine Republic, the Roman Republic, all of these places in Italy. And Napoleon synthesized them into a kingdom of Italy based in Milan. And rather than give that to an ally, Napoleon decided to make himself king of Italy in addition to emperor of the French. And Talleyrand believed that this was a needless and pointless provocation to Europe's powers, that again, like we saw with Piedmont and his reorganization of the Swiss Confederation, and now what he's doing to Austria, is just a pointless invitation to reprisals and revanche against France and its newly sort of aggrandized position. But nevertheless, Napoleon is rewarding him faithfully. And you can almost say that he is remunerated for his lack of influence, I think it's fair to say. As Talleyrand and his position over Napoleon weakens, his titles and his responsibilities grow exponentially. So he negotiates the Treaty of Pressburg, which Talleyrand basically thinks of as a disaster because it's the opposite of his memorandum in Munich. It takes off territory almost needlessly. It antagonizes Austria by giving over a heartland territory like Tyrol to Bavaria, which will be the basis of a future conflict only a few years down the line. But because Talleyrand is there, he's formulating the treaties, he's following around Napoleon on horseback, which he absolutely despises doing, following Napoleon everywhere as the foreign minister. He is made the Grand Chamberlain, and you can see this in the image that you have of him in his Grand Chamberlain garb on the left. He is made Prince of Benevento, which is one of these ancient, like Lombard principalities that have been forged out of the original Lombard invasions. And what was it, the 6th century? And Talleyrand is given that title, and it's basically established him as a sovereign in his own right, albeit still a courtier of Napoleon. And he's also made the position of Vice Grand Elector, which has something like an endowment of 500,000 francs a year. And it gives him basically the third most prominent position within the French court, after the Grand Treasurer and the Arch Chancellor, which is Cambaceres and Lebrun, the former second and third consuls, when Napoleon himself had only been a first consul. So as you can see, Talleyrand is more wealthy and he's more exalted in the court than ever, especially compared to his rank within the Ancien regime. The monarchical regime in France is fully apparent at this point, but Talleyrand as an actual influence over Napoleon is ever diminishing. And it's during this time that Talleyrand also tries to make his last great diplomatic overtures to England. William Pitt had died in 1806, and he had been replaced by the quote-unquote Ministry of All Talents. And a facet of this was that Charles Fox, the man who Talleyrand had admired so much, the great Whig abolitionist of slavery, and the Ministry of All Talents would achieve that with the influence of William Wilberforce. Charles Fox determined to achieve peace with France, but nevertheless he's in a weak position as foreign ministry over a weak, precarious government. And Napoleon, as we have seen, has no interest in making diplomatic triumphs rather than military triumphs. And so when Charles Fox dies, it's very obvious that Talleyrand has no hope, with Napoleon still in power, of having any peaceful settlement with Britain, now that he's lost his only advocate across the Channel. Instead, Napoleon embarks on the continental system, which forces all of Europe's countries to stop trading with Britain, imposes a massive embargo, which has the effect of impoverishing and alienating many of Napoleon's former allies, and all Talleyrand can do is, begrudge this effectively. Then you have the disaster at Tilsit, Napoleon again wins these great victories, die Jena and his Marshal Davout at Auerstedt, and he imposes a humiliating peace treaty on the Prussians at Tilsit. Talleyrand again correctly deduces that this will simply mean that Prussia will become the principal antagonist in any future alliance, which of course it does in the year 1813. And Queen Louise of Prussia, who had been essentially the main influence behind her husband, Frederick Wilhelm III, appeals directly to Napoleon. Napoleon will not hear her, and all she can do is commiserate with Talleyrand that at least you have heard me, if no one else. So again, his uncanny ability to win over women of all stations within society, especially the Queen of Prussia. The Queen of Prussia looks to Talleyrand as her great advocate, but alas, Talleyrand has lost most of his influence over Europe at this time. So when Napoleon believes he's achieved his own diplomatic triumph, which is forming an alliance with Russia, Tsar Alexander at Tilsit, Talleyrand is almost nowhere to be seen. This has nothing to do with Talleyrand, and of course, in many ways, it's also doomed to fail, because Talleyrand's own view, as I've mentioned, is alliance with Austria and England, but Napoleon has completely other ideas. He believes in divvying up Europe at the borders of the River Niemen, that everything west of the Niemen and west of the Vistula will be French, and everything east will be Russian. I guess I'm always curious, when I'm speaking too much, I don't sort of want to be sort of lecturing or whatever incessantly. So, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't particularly have any thoughts. I actually enjoy being lectured to about this because, again, the sort of intricacies of this history is not my strong suit. But no, fascinating. I was unaware of it, and so again, it's mental in a way. Well, again, it's sort of this. Like so much of the Napoleonic project is just this sort of grand, almost fantasy of that, and then you have someone, not that you would call Talleyrand a political realist. I mean, perhaps he was, at least a sort of proto-realist. But yeah, it's very difficult to kind of jibe.
Well, it's almost like Talleyrand is again viewing this as diplomacy. If this were in the 1780s,
Yeah.
where Louis XV may conquer the Austrian Netherlands briefly, and then it may be given over as a diplomatic concession to Austria. We're not dealing with the politics of pure fantasy where a man conquers Europe in the space of 5 years, which is the situation he's essentially found in.
Yeah.
So again, almost as a scion of a different age, he's dealing with a diplomacy of a different type. And he's found himself basically enthralled as this courtier to a force of nature, almost inexorably.
Yeah.
And that is why the contradictions between the two men become so apparent. But obviously, as we know, it is a fantasy. And, the great sort of monster of Europe is ultimately destroyed and the realist is proven correct.
But I mean, certainly if you compare the kind of character of both men, I mean, Napoleon is as a sort of creature of grand will, and of course Talleyrand is a kind of dissolute bureaucrat, working in machination. They're almost kind of opposite types.
But Napoleon, again, I think always saw the value in someone like a Talleyrand, even though Talleyrand always had a begrudging respect, obviously, for this original star that Napoleon had during the Italian campaigns that caused him basically to fall briefly under a spell. Just to reference, yes, I know. I'm talking about Talleyrand's influence in the 1780s. If I'm going to be pedantic, Fontenoy and what I'm talking about in the 1740s, but it all represents diplomacy of a type. But this only continued, and it gets worse. It gets worse from the point of view of Talleyrand, which is the situation at Bayonne. Basically, as part of the continental system, Napoleon sends troops in under Junot to conquer Portugal, which had been trading with Britain. He uses this as an opportunity to occupy fortresses throughout Spain. That causes a revolution against Godoy and the Francophone sort of ministers in Spain. It causes the King of Spain to be deposed, and the King of Spain and his son Ferdinand are summoned by Napoleon at Bayonne. And it should be mentioned that Spain was France's only major ally at this point, and not just a client state. And what does Napoleon do? Napoleon brings the two princes to Bayonne in southern France with the expectation that he's going to settle a succession dispute. And he ends up deposing both of them, imprisoning both of them, and putting his own brother Joseph on the throne of Spain. And it's a point at which analogy Talleyrand draws is that Napoleon had cheated at cards. He had basically betrayed the whole understanding of European diplomacy. What he basically believed was, duping two potential, allies, and ultimately he ended up imprisoning them and putting his own brother and placing Spain under a Bonapartist project was a good thing. But from the point of view of Talleyrand, not only was this a disaster, Spain, but it also showed that Napoleon could not be trusted, because why would you trust Napoleon if you were promised to mediate between a succession dispute between your allies and you ended up imprisoning them? And if you imprison the King of Spain, of course, Alexander I believes that Napoleon could possibly do the same. There's a genuine phobia that any person could lose their throne at any point. And indeed, someone in the chat is saying, did Talleyrand support Spain? Again, there are many sort of views that Talleyrand was in fact complicit in Spain. What we have in terms of the most concrete example is that as a possible alternative, Talleyrand offered to Napoleon, oh, why don't we just annex Catalonia instead, which had been an ancient province of France? That is a bad thing, but we're talking about the deposition of the two monarchs or the annexation of one province. But what Napoleon successfully achieved, was associating the Spanish demarcal in everyone's eyes with Talleyrand. As far as Napoleon was concerned, Talleyrand was the foreign minister, and so Talleyrand was to blame for his own mistake at Bayonne and occupying Spain. And so, to make this even worse, what did Napoleon do? Where did Napoleon imprison King Ferdinand and most of his court? In the Chateau de Valençay.
So So Talleyrand had to actually
he had to host
be a warden.
Yes, had to be a warden. And of course, that was deliberate from Napoleon, because that associated everyone in the mind that the warden of the King of Spain obviously is the author of the Spanish policy, even though that wasn't the case. So Napoleon could be incredibly petty and mischievous when it came down to it, in terms of trying to undermine the role of his vice grand elector. And it's during this time that Madame de Talleyrand, Catherine Grand, actually has an affair with the Duke of San Carlos, who is the prime minister of Ferdinand in exile. And Napoleon uses this incessantly as a point of antagonism between them, always mentioning the fact, oh, and your wife, who is the lover of the Duke of San Carlos. So he is a real bastard in terms of this instance. He's willing to lean on Napoleon when necessary, lean on Talleyrand when necessary, but also take no opportunity to undermine him. Now he's believing that there is a divergent interest in opinions, because Napoleon will not have diverging opinions at this point. So what does Talleyrand do in opposition? Well, Talleyrand has no military backing. He has no influence in the army whatsoever. So he makes this grand presentation of a reconciliation with a former enemy of his, Joseph Fouché. Fouché had been police minister. He had been a Jacobin, but nevertheless in court while Napoleon was in Spain in 1808 in Valladolid, he forms this grand public reconciliation in front of the whole court. And in Talleyrand's mind, what the purpose of this effectively was to try and impose upon Napoleon the view that, oh, there is a prevailing view in court that your policy is wrong and you need to listen to us. But that's effectively all he could do, and we'll see the dressing down later. But Napoleon conscripts him to go to Erfurt, where effectively, having endured this debacle in Spain, now the Austrians are going to try and revenge their former defeat at Austerlitz, and they're going to try and take their provinces back, exactly as Talleyrand predicted. And so Napoleon's his belief of a diplomatic success is that the Russians are going to come in and the Russians are going to give an ultimatum to the Austrians, don't go to war against Napoleon or we'll go to war on their behalf, etc. And from Talleyrand's point of view, he has no interest in pursuing this policy. He has no interest in pursuing a Russian policy against Austria, because he believes he wants to pursue an Austrian policy against Russia. So you have this remarkable situation where Erfurt is basically set up as a celebration of Napoleon. Napoleon is seated on this grand throne. All of the princes of Europe are there to pay him homage. Talleyrand is there officiating over the events as the grand chancellor of the emperor and the vice grand elector of the empire, along with other figures of the German Confederation and the German princes. Indeed, as I mentioned with the example at Bayonne, the Empress of Russia, the Empress Dowager, had advised Alexander I not to go in case he was captured by Napoleon and deposed on the same grounds. But nevertheless, as Alexander and Talleyrand are negotiating, Talleyrand is secretly negotiating with Alexander effectively, and they're basically working cross purposes. The Emperor Napoleon is telling Alexander, "Oh, please, go ahead and declare war on Austria if needs be, or put pressure on them." And Talleyrand is going to Alexander and telling him the exact opposites. Don't do this. So they're pursuing complete opposite policies. And from the point of view of Talleyrand, he believes this is one of his greatest diplomatic victories because he believes he has won the friendship and the alliance essentially of Alexander, which he will use later to brilliant effect. And he also believes that this effectively saved Austria from complete destruction in the War of 1809 and would ultimately bring about his policy. But as we can see, he's a traitor. Talleyrand has betrayed Napoleon, and the reason he's betrayed Napoleon are the reasons he's basically brought out in the will, which I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, which is that I have not abandoned a government until it has abandoned itself. He believes that Napoleon has abandoned the original pretensions of the consulate and the empire and the project of peace. And so now he is working essentially to undermine Napoleon, to try and force him to accept a more, again, realist concept of Europe perception of European politics, even if it means directly betraying the confidence of the emperor and appealing directly to Alexander to do the exact opposite of what Napoleon tells him at Erfurt.
And what has led to, well, okay, that's fine, but why should Talleyrand get to make this decision? I mean, whatever his political feelings, whatever his sort of feelings of expediency, but again, why should he be the person to betray and basically engage in a sort of treason? With who died and made him him king of France. But yeah, it's a very curious position.
But again, it's the conceit of very intelligent men. Obviously, if you're in that situation where you're completely convinced you're right, and he is correct, and you're again of the belief that Napoleon is a usurper, because he is effectively. The words he would effectively use is that Napoleon is a conqueror. He is ruling with the right to conquest, which means it is the duty of Talleyrand basically to ensure that Napoleon doesn't rule as a conqueror, but rules as a king and not a conqueror. But nevertheless, as we can see, he is failing at that. And so he's using all means at his disposal, duplicity, guile, forming factions within the French court to impose that view on him. But this is the result of it, which is perhaps if anyone knows anything about Talleyrand, it is the great dressing down when Napoleon finally returns from Spain after his failed attempt, it should be mentioned, to rectify the situation. Returning post-haste from Spain, Napoleon reached the Tuileries on the 23rd of January. This is 1809. A few days later, he called a special meeting at the Privy Council, at which the grand dignitaries of the empire, including Talleyrand and one or two ministers, including Fouché, were present. According to one account, Fouché had previously been summoned to a private audience when he had bitterly reproached for a part he had played. In any case, he was merely a spectator of the scene which now ensued. Napoleon began with a few remarks of a general nature to the effect that his grand dignitaries and his ministers had no right to even think for themselves, far less give their thoughts of expression. To doubt for them was the beginning of treason. To differ from him was a crime in and of itself, basically expressing the view that you've just given, D. With that, he turned upon Talleyrand, who, in a characteristically graceful and negligent attitude, was half leaning against a small table by a fire. For one solid half hour, without interruption, a steady flow of invective poured from the emperor's lips. There was hardly a crime omitted from the indictment, hardly a word of abuse that was not applied. Talleyrand was called a thief, a coward, and a traitor. He was told that he was never worthily performed a single duty, and that he has deceived everyone with whom he has ever dealt, and that he did not believe in God, and would sell his own father. He was accused of responsibility for the execution of the Duke of Enghien and for the Peninsular War in Spain. Maddened by the impassivity of his victim, the Corsican lost all control, and in the face of the infidelity of his wife, and threw in his face the infidelity of his wife. Finally, shaking his fist and seeming to be on the point of striking him, he informed his vice grand elector in the language of the camp, the military camp, that he was nothing but so much dung in a silk stocking. The witnesses were horrified. The emperor had behaved in a manner for which a non-commissioned officer addressing a recruit would have been reprimanded. Even Meneval, his private secretary and staunchest admirer, admits that he forgot his imperial dignity. All testimonies, however, agree that the one man in the room who seemed the least moved by the outburst was the object of the attack. Talleyrand never changed his attitude. No spark of colour appeared in his pale cheeks. No flicker of an eyelid betrayed the fact that he was conscious of even being addressed. The meeting broke up, and at the end of the tirade, the emperor was unfit for further business. As Talleyrand limped slowly down the broad corridor, he turned to one of those who had partly been watching his ordeal and said calmly, "What a pity that such a great man has been so badly brought up." That evening, he told the whole story to Madame de Laval. She was a member of Montmorency, which is a great French dynasty with vast ties back to the Ancien regime, as he reclined on a sofa in her drawing room. She was an old and dear friend, by birth one of the great ladies of France. Her dark eyes, for which she was celebrated, flashed with anger as she listened to the catalogue of insults that had been heaped upon him. "You listened to that," she explained, at last in indignation, "and you didn't snatch up a chair and tongs, the poker or anything, and fall upon him?" "Ah," replied Talleyrand, "I did think of doing so, but alas, I was too lazy."
Very good, very good.
But again, you have to bear in mind that such diplomatic nonchalance is a great skill, and it's something that a figure of his position needed. Indeed, it's probably, again, the greatest asset of to be duplicitous and to be traitorous and to be a liar is to be able to betray nothing in terms of indignation or any sort of malice or feeling of any kind, almost appear like a psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. Again, contrasting the kind of passionate nature of someone like Napoleon with, perhaps he was a psychopath. Yeah, to be unmoved in that situation, is a skill and probably a sign of a troubling character.
And there's another quote again of Talleyrand that he could have been flogged and kicked incessantly from behind and would never give any impression to those in front of him. So again, that was perhaps the greatest expression of that. But effectively, all Napoleon was doing was demeaning himself. In so doing, he was stripping Talleyrand of one of his ranks, but he couldn't completely dispense with Talleyrand because he still believed that Talleyrand, even no longer being foreign minister of France and Grand Chamberlain, he was still receiving this vast endowment. He was still hosting these vast diplomatic entreaties and parties, effectively in intellectual salons. But Napoleon kept a very close eye on Talleyrand for the remainder of the empire for various obvious reasons. It should, however, be mentioned that at the end of the war he's now fighting with Austria, the War of the Fifth Coalition, that Talleyrand wins. What do I mean by Talleyrand winning? Talleyrand won his Austrian alliance and he won his dynastic policy. Talleyrand had in many ways been an enemy of Josephine. He was an enemy of Josephine because Josephine was infertile, and he believed that the endurance of the Napoleonic system required that Napoleon become a monarch in the old sense, in the sense that he's sire and heir. And Aspern-Essling, when Napoleon was wounded, demonstrated how precarious the whole Napoleonic system was. During the thing in Spain, there was even a suggestion that perhaps Murat or Soult or Joseph Bonaparte or another figure would have to replace Napoleon very quickly. But having a strong heir would obviously disabuse that notion essentially of a coup in Paris. Indeed, there was this contrivance by Josephine to establish her grandson, the daughter of Hortense, and Louis, the king of Louis Bonaparte, the king of Batavia, as a future heir. And he did become future heir. This one Louis Napoleon became Napoleon III, but nevertheless, the dynastic policy of Talleyrand was to get rid of Josephine and to form an Austrian alliance. Napoleon, for his part, wanted a Russian alliance, and it's part of the influence of again Talleyrand that the Russians routinely rejected the offers for Napoleon to marry a Russian princess. So it's Metternich, very much following essentially in the mold of Talleyrand, that gifts Napoleon an alliance with Austria with Mary Louise, the daughter of the Emperor of Austria himself, Francis. But again, as we see, that is the Austrian alliance, and it is Austria which has come into Napoleon's orbit rather than Russia, which is going to become further antagonized until we see the War of 1812. So he has won. He's also won in another sense, which is his dynastic policy. Now that Talleyrand effectively, it's basically been demonstrated that Madame Grande will not produce any children for Talleyrand. She has failed in that endeavor, and now she's also been tarnished by her infidelities. So Talleyrand, as any good aristocrat would want, like Napoleon, has his own dynastic policy. And he also has no intentions of lessering himself by marrying into a Bonapartist family. So he's able to procure for his nephew, Edmund Talleyrand, one of the most eligible women in Europe, who is Princess Dorothea of Courland, who, it should also be mentioned, is the daughter of one of his mistresses, who I mentioned earlier, the daughter of the Duke of Byron, Duke de Biron, who would later become the Duchess of Courland and the Duchess of Dino. So that is again another success of his. But I think it's probably a good time to mention, because we mentioned a lot his hosting abilities and how Napoleon looked at Talleyrand as a courtier, how he forced him essentially to buy the Chateau de Valençay and cultivate essentially a diplomatic assembly within Paris for the sake of enhancing the prestige of the imperial government. There are several residences which he ends up purchasing. The one on the top is the Hotel de Galifet, which is now, I believe, the Institute of Italian Culture in Paris. Here is the Hotel de Talleyrand on the Rue Saint-Florentin, which will become famous in many other ways. But first of all, before we get to Carême and his patronage of the arts and cuisine, you've actually been to the Chateau of Valençay, as we were mentioning before the stream.
Yes, I've been there many years ago, probably about over 20 years ago, but I was quite impressed by it. I mean, it's if you've visited many of those chateaux, Chenonceau and the Loire Valley Chateau and such, but it's certainly amongst it's the prettiest. It was one of the prettiest, at least in my recollection of it. I mean, in terms of its particularly its sort of situation, the gardens, the kind of estate. No, it's a quite noble house in my estimation. So, yeah, and of course the site of so many of these interesting affairs that we're talking about. My interest in it was also partially because of the association with Carême, but and that aspect of French culture.
Well, would you like to elucidate on Carême?
Yeah, I can talk about him a bit. So, well, you mentioned Catherine de Medici earlier, and of course, there's a cheeky assertion that it was her who taught her and her influence who taught the French how to actually cook. And there is at least some truth to that. So this idea of kind of aristocratic, grand cuisine had quite a life in Italy, during the Renaissance, and so there was to some degree at that time, the idea that France was, was apart from the nobility, was a bit of a kind of backwater culturally. So, um, to the extent of that is, you believe that is up to you. But of course, there was a great, well, many great sort of traditions and styles of cookery, even sort of provincially and otherwise. But it really wasn't until, and this was not just in France, but it's all over Europe. But there was it was the beginning of this effort to codify, in other words, to kind of I could kind of organize cuisine and organize things in a kind of culturally coherent way. Um, so if you'll give me a moment, okay, hang on a moment, I'll be right back.
Yes, he's off to get a book on cuisine. But again, I mention all of this because I think we looked at the diplomat, we looked at the priest, but the connoisseur Talleyrand, the cultivation of these grand palaces, even in his capacity as as warden to the captive King Ferdinand of Spain. In all of these functions, as with the whole venal nature, the mercenary nature of his diplomatic services, he gives to Napoleon. Um, he essentially uses money as nothing more than, again, the expression of this need to glorify France. And I think in this sense, he is the equivalent of de Gaulle and Richelieu, who's also the originator of this, which is that in the realm of diplomacy, as we see with Louis XIV and the Apollonian Sun King and everything orbiting the sun, which is Le Roi Soleil, um, France is inseparable from the quality of grandeur. Indeed, grandeur is France, and there can be no France without grandeur. Um, so I can see that D is going to be a bit delayed, so I'll continue talking. The caveat essentially is that whilst Talleyrand was accruing all of this wealth, this grandeur, he was receiving vast stipends from Napoleon. He was also making vast money on speculations with the various banks that essentially had come under French control, such as I think it was Simon's in Belgium. He had also continued to make a vast amount of money through gambling, in addition to bribes from various various foreign powers, particularly Russia and even Britain at this time. His Anglophilia never leaves him. Indeed, that will be his constant policy with the fall of Napoleon, effectively. But regardless of all of this, he has, in accordance to Napoleon, committed a form of treachery. And that is something that is unmistakably true if you're going to look at treason as treason against the person and not in form of Talleyrand, treason against the whole notion of France. And so the Rue Saint-Florentin becomes this kind of, as we see with the salons of Moreau in 1804, which was the site of royalist antipathy towards Napoleon before the creation of the French Empire in 1804. Talleyrand basically serves that same function that we see with 1812. And despite being the banquet hall of the empire, Napoleon is never prepared to completely sever this link with Talleyrand. He still believes that Talleyrand's prestige is inseparable, essentially, from the imperial project and from the cultivation of, say, for example, the arts and even the empire style within France at that time. But after the War of 1812, Napoleon invades Russia in 1812, which is a diplomatic disaster. What does Napoleon do? Napoleon comes begging as a supplicant to Talleyrand to come back as his foreign minister. And Talleyrand has various conditions for this. Talleyrand effectively has to accept this position where he is going to maintain an influence over policy in many ways direct policy, like we see Metternich directing policy in Austria during that time, effectively becoming like a state chancellor in addition to a foreign minister. But not only does Napoleon not guarantee that by any means that Talleyrand can have a free purview, in many ways he's actually demoting Talleyrand because he's dismissing him as grand vice elector of the empire and thereby receiving a smaller stipend. So it's therefore natural that we see that Talleyrand will reject this notion. He will reject Napoleon's desperate bid to return him to his ranks as a foreign minister. And so instead, he relies on his members of his family to perform that function, who are less qualified, Eugene de Beauharnais and Joseph Bonaparte. Throughout the course of 1813, Napoleon makes a huge number of diplomatic missteps that I've actually covered quite extensively elsewhere on the channel, which is the armistice that we see during 1813 and the Frankfurt proposals, which would have allowed Napoleon to hold on to these territories. But as Talleyrand was so perceptive that effectively what French policy is to be achieved by diplomatic goals, subordinating military goals, and that we should attempt for Europe to forgive us our good graces. Napoleon thought the opposite. He was always looking for temporary advantage from which a military success could allow him to conquer everything. And so these two policies meant that whenever Napoleon won a victory, like his various victories in his, it should be admitted, stunning campaigns in 1814 within France itself against Blucher, that he could potentially again impose a favorable peace settlement upon the Allies. But of course, this policy ultimately leads to ultimate disaster. Dee, have you returned? No, he's not returned. So while I'm waiting for him to return, I am going to read a segment from slightly later in his life, but it's on the Chateau de Valençay and a day in the life of Talleyrand. This was during the Restoration period. Talleyrand and his life in the country, however, was hardly what an Englishman would describe as country life. He retained his custom of rising late and spending some hours over his toilet. By toilet, of course, is not in the colloquial modern sense of what we use in that term, but toilet in the sense that he would spend hours bathing, getting dressed, being dressed rather, by his various hangers-on and his own courtiers, and indeed having two hairdressers to coif his hair in a particular way. If there's one thing again that the vices that are inherent in Talleyrand, vanity is all pervasive when it comes to a figure like Talleyrand. Dinner was in the early afternoon, and it was the main event of the day, and the fare that was provided at Valençay was equal in excellence to that of the Rue Saint-Florentin, where his table was reputed to be the finest in Paris. The celebrated cook Carême, whose ambition it was to raise his profession to the status of an art, pays a tribute to his memoirs, to all that he learned in the kitchen of the Rue Saint-Florentin, where he laid the basis of his European reputation, and where his talents were brought to the notice of the Emperor of Russia and Lord Charles Stuart, so that the gourmets of St. Petersburg and London vied with one another for the privilege of securing his services. We owe to the Lady Shelley the following account of a meal at Talleyrand's house. During the whole repast, the general conversation was upon eating. Every dish was discussed, and the antiquity of every bottle of wine supplied the most eloquent annotations. Talleyrand himself analysed the dinner with as much interest and seriousness as if he had been discussing the political questions of the greatest importance. And I think that's a good segue to bring Dee back to talk about Carême and his culinary exploits in more depth.
Yeah, my apologies for that. Yeah, so as I was saying, I mean, so Carême came, he was born in the 1780s, and he, he sort of, I would say that the late 18th century and particularly in the 19th century, this idea of sort of codification, the kind of formalizing of traditions, of the sort of writing of these great anthologies of cookery history, sort of setting up the kind of rules of how a kitchen. Of course, at the time, it would have been. I mean, there were restaurants, but generally things, these chefs were associated with great houses and great personages, and so basically codifying how a kitchen would work. What the kind of shape of grand cuisine, and so Carême is very much associated with this idea of the beginning of the idea of uh, a sort of unified French cuisine, which, as I said, he called grand cuisine. And so he came from quite humble origins. He was born into a very poor family and was basically sent away, as far as we know, by his father when he was very young. Something like, let's see, what's let me try. I have the date here. I'm just looking for this file. So 1792. So he was about 10 years old when he was basically, his father said basically, we can't support you. I think he had something like 10 siblings. So and so he was sent away, and he happened through some sort of circumstances or other to end up at the house of at the establishment of a pâtissier, a dealer in pastries, and that's where he began his apprenticeship. There's some account, and I can't remember who had written it, but basically he said, he could have chanced upon a carpenter or a locksmith or fabric merchant or something, but he ended up going to a cook shop, and of course this was the beginning of what turned out to be a great and quite influential career. But he very quickly sort of moved up. From this first. Actually, I'm wrong, because the first establishment where he did begin his working in a kitchen was actually a very humble sort of lower class type of restaurant, which is called a gargote. But this would be a place where you would just get very simple food. But very quickly, of course, he received his sort of training by fire at this place, and very quickly moved on. His second sort of establishment was working for a pâtissier or a baker, and so it's a little blurry, actually, how these things happened. But basically, by the end of the 18th century, we have better documentation, and he began an apprenticeship with a pâtissier called Sylvain Bailly, who was quite well known. In fact, he had illustrious clientele, including the French foreign minister at that time, Talleyrand. And this establishment was very close to where the Palais Royal is, and so yes, it was a quite a fashionable fashionable place. And at the beginning of this apprenticeship, Carême worked as basically making puff pastry, pâte feuilletée, which is quite a monotonous and particularly physical task of turning pastry and butter to make that wonderful flaky pastry. But very quickly, he had some great ideas about how to change some of the recipes for these pastes and make them lighter. And he also showed great aptitude in sculpting. This is very sort of this is one of those traditions of sort of the great table that goes far back. You can go back into the medieval period in European nobility and great houses. And so a banquet was not just again a kind of chance to share an elegant meal, but it was also a display of wealth and power. So again, there was an emphasis on display aspect of the food. And so if you think back even to the time of Queen Elizabeth I, they would have these great pies with sort of reconstructed swans atop them, and these sort of what they called subtleties, which were like sculptures made out of sugar and confections, and these great sort of like armorial pastry toppings. And this was much more about display and decoration than it was about like what we think of as good cooking. And I think one of the charges leveled against, I mean, Carême, who should probably be understood as a very important historical figure in terms of cuisine, but his influence on what we think of as actual cooking, as like technique, you don't really ever go to Carême's body of work, and he did write and publish quite a number of books, but you don't really go to Carême to learn how to do a pastry. I mean, it's very much a kind of historical account, because so much of his concern was how to make the most impressive dishes, how to make these monuments, these sort of beautiful decorative monuments, particularly related to architecture. And in fact, he wrote later in his life that his first great love was architecture, but he didn't have the money, the wherewithal to actually study that profession. So he ended up basically substituting, through the hands of a pastry maker and a cook, use that as an excuse for architecture. And he's most well known for what are called pièces monties, which are basically big, which sort of translate to set pieces. And these were these extraordinarily elaborate constructions made of pastry, made of sugar, made of marzipan. And they were, in the case of Carême, most of his great constructions were these kind of architectural things. They were these fanciful pagodas and Greek temples and Egyptian palaces, and these were, again, not really made for eating. They were made for culinary display. This was quite fashionable. It was extraordinarily fashionable during the Ancien Regime. It fell out of fashion, of course, after the Revolution, but it was sort of Carême and the influence of Napoleon, again, where this idea of ostentation and display came back as a sort of fashionable thing, and it sort of boosted Carême's career. But that's really how he rose to prominence. And of course, someone like Talleyrand, who was, as I said, a patron of Bailly's shop, of course, noticed very quickly because began to put Carême's some of his constructions in the window, and of course, this attracted a lot of attention. And Talleyrand was very interested in this, and interested in using food as a kind of tool of politics, as a tool of diplomacy. He understood that. There's a quote, I wish I had the exact quote, but where Talleyrand was being sent off, and he said, as a tool to do my job, I need less your money and I need more casseroles, because again, it was through these sumptuous, sort of fetes that he worked his kind of particular politic, and also indulged, because he was a louche voluptuary of the worst or best sort, depending on your perspective. So it was both one of his favorite things to do, but it was also a tool of his efforts as a diplomat.
Well, again, it's the cultivation and elevation of every vice imaginable. On the one hand, he would, as we see here, he would have Madame de Talleyrand, Catherine Grande on the one hand, and then we have these incredible works of culinary art on the other. And indeed, it's interesting you mentioned the Palais Royal and the restaurant culture there, because I think there's almost a shadow war which Talleyrand wins, which is between the Palais Royal, the Élysée Palace, and the Hôtel de Talleyrand in the Rue Saint-Florentin. Because obviously during the beginning of the revolution and during the period of society, which I mentioned at the beginning of the stream in the 1780s, the Palais de Royal was the seat of the Duc d'Orléans, who would later become Philippe Égalité and be one of the victims of the terror. but that was the greatest of the intellectual French salons. It was the most widely patronized and the wealthiest. Indeed, from the point of view of Versailles, it was basically seen as a shadow court, and one that was responsible basically for the conspiracy by the Women's March on Versailles to bring the royal family back to Tuileries. But nevertheless, Talleyrand is incredibly dismissive of the Duke d'Orléans himself, believing him essentially to be nothing more than a non-entity who was ennobled effectively by the circle around the Palais Royal that he created. But the Palais Royal suffered because of the fall of grace of Philippe Egalité, and it would later, under Napoleon, serve as the administrative center of the Tribunat, which was one of the three functional bodies of the consulate and then the empire, the others being the Senate and the legislative core. Then you have the Elysee Palace. The Elysee Palace had been the home of the Count of Evreux in 1722 when it was established. But by the time of Napoleon, it had been set up as the Elysee Napoleon, as the residence of Caroline Murat. Georges Murat was a Napoleonic marshal who later became King of Naples, and he would serve as the great cavalry master of Napoleon in 1812 and thereafter. And as Caroline Murat was one of these great intriguers, you can almost say that she had her own pretensions of setting up her husband as a successor to Napoleon. So that again sets the Elysee Palace in contrast to the Hotel Talleyrand. But Carême obviously was cultivated by Talleyrand. Indeed, meets him early in his career. I think at the age of 15, when he's working as a under the patisserie, as you mentioned, and then serves as the principal chef of the Valençay and of the Rue Saint Florentin from a very long period. We're talking about 1802 until 1814. And at the end of this period, at the time of Napoleon's fall in 1814, it is the Hotel de Talleyrand which hosts Alexander I. And it is Carême who is at the Hotel de Talleyrand who wins over the favor of Alexander.
Yeah.
And I think if we're going to look at Carême and Talleyrand and all the diplomacy that you've been mentioning, applying to all the senses, it all seemed to lead up to that. All of this subtle intriguing and backtracking and all of this sort of thing and duplicity that we see with Talleyrand and Alexander, you can say it was sealed with the seduction of Alexander to Antonin Carême's cuisine in the Hotel de Talleyrand.
Yes, absolutely, and of course, there are a couple of biographies of Carême, but I think there's assertion made that it really was Carême was instrumental in basically securing that. So much so, of course, that that Alexander requested that he should take Carême to the Elysee Palace, where he went after staying with Talleyrand. He asked if he could take Carême with him, and he did. And also, by this point, Carême had furthered his studies, and he became really his foundation was in patisserie, but he had, in the meantime, he had done a lot of study and mastered sort of general, so he could become a chef de cuisine, not just a patissier. Even though he worked in that capacity. I mean, he worked for 10 years for Talleyrand at the Hotel de Galifet as the chief patissier. But again, because he ended up sort of more widely mastering cookery in general, that he sort of started, he would do side jobs as catering. I mean, we mentioned Napoleon's brother Jerome. I believe that Carême catered his wedding to Catherine of Württemberg in the mid 1807, I think.
Yeah, Jerome was, for context, he was the King of Westphalia, which was one of these other Napoleonic contrivances. But that again, Talleyrand is offering his sort of very talented coterie
Yeah.
to elevate the Napoleonic project in that way.
And indeed, he also Carême catered the wedding of Napoleon when he married what's her name,
Marie Louise.
Marie Louise. Yeah. So yes, I mean he was understood how Talleyrand, as anyone, of course, as I said, as a gourmand and luxury, but he also understood how important, again, this kind of thing was to securing these larger kind of diplomatic and political, political goals. I believe later on, Alexander wanted Talleyrand to come with him to Russia and to work for him there, and he initially didn't. Carême didn't want to go. I think he did end up going to St. Petersburg. He acquiesced, but after being offered a really, I mean, for a chef, a huge amount of money. And he was very, by this point, he was very successful. He was very, he was fairly wealthy and very well off, and certainly very well known. But he did go to St. Petersburg, but it was not a happy thing. Alexander was not able to arrive at the same time, and he did not arrive basically for 40 days after Carême had come there. So Carême had nothing to do basically except to go around and admire the arts and architecture of St. Petersburg, which he really enormously enjoyed. But he did not really want to stay there, so he returned within a couple of months after Alexander's return. So Carême also, strangely enough, spent some time in London. He worked for the Prince Regent, who was later to become George IV, at Carlton House, and he was again paid a huge sum of money to work there. But Carême did not like England. He hated the weather, and he particularly hated the staff, because apparently the domestic staff for the Prince Regent didn't like him, mostly because this animosity between France and England had already manifested itself at this point. So, just as an aside, there's a book which is it's written in the mid to later 18th century, 1760s, some 1750s, and it's by a woman called Hannah Glass, and it's a very famous, again, talking about this period as a period of kind of anthologizing cuisines, writing like practical cookery books which had had tangible recipes with measurements that people could follow. And it's a wonderful book. It's called The Art of Cookery Made Plain, and it's by a woman called Hannah Glass, and that's Glasse. But there's a preface in the book in which she, first of all, one of my favorite lines ever, she's like, "I did not write this book in high style, but instead I've written it in a way that it will be understandable to the lower sort, domestic servants and cookery women." But after that bit of hauteur, she spends quite a lot of time disparaging French cuisine, because of course, even this, and this is prior to Carême, but even in the 18th century, France had established an international reputation as a place of advanced and subtle cookery, and so it had been internationalized. Just as French, was a language of universal diplomacy in Europe at a certain point. So too was the influence of this cuisine amongst the higher echelon of societies. And so even in England, even by this point, there was this notion that if you had a great house, you needed to hire a French cook. And so Ms. Glass spends a lot of the introduction saying, listen, French cuisine is fussy, it's wasteful, it's expensive, and we here in Britain in England we have better food. We can make things more simply and more deliciously. So it's interesting that this kind of rivalry had existed even then. But yes, so Carême, of course, did not like working in England and returned to France. And Yeah, and continued his career. And again, the sort of life of a person who just such as Krem, it rises and falls depending upon the political situation. Because when you depend on patronage, whether you're a painter or an architect or a great chef, uh, it's entirely contingent on having patrons. And again, very very much. uh, Apparently, Talleyrand and Carême were friends. Like, apparently they conversed almost every day during the period he worked there. So it wasn't just the relationship of, you're part of my staff. He very much respected Carême and enjoyed conversation. So it is interesting that I think a lot of artists, as I said, architects, cooks, people reliant on patronage, understood in a way the skill that Talleyrand had, which was to stay afloat in stormy seas of the ebbs and flows of history. That you had to find a way to survive these things, and it meant that, of course, you would. I mean, Krem was just as happy to work for nobility or the emperor as he was late in his life to work for the Rothschilds, where he basically spent the end of his career. He was just happy to work with the nouveau riche as he was with royalty, and in a way that I feel like there's an affinity between a man like Talleyrand, who also understood that you had to be able to shift allegiances in order to stay alive and stay afloat.
And that's quite a good segue, because having worked with the nouveau riche in the form of Napoleon rather extensively, Talleyrand decides to throw in his lot with old money and go back to the Bourbons, because as Napoleon was defeated, Talleyrand is really the one who ensures Napoleon's complete and utter defeat and ensures the restoration of the Bourbons. I mentioned the period of 1801 to 1802 being, you can say, the height of Talleyrand's influence as a servant and a minister and advisor to Napoleon. I mean, really, you can say that from 1799 until 1807, he was an advisor, and from 1807 until 1814, he was a servant and a courtier. There's a major distinction here, but being out of influence. And Napoleon, even again, failing to grasp that he needed a figure like Talleyrand during the year of 1813, which ultimately confirms his downfall. So Talleyrand had no reason to feel any sympathy or allegiance to Napoleon when he has been successfully routed and the Allied armies are now encroaching upon Paris itself. And he ensures, among many things, that Marshal Marmont goes over to the cause of the Bourbons. There's this rather remarkable instance where Mary Louise and Joseph Bonaparte are debating what to do when, in terms of the defense of Paris. And Talleyrand tells them, under no circumstances, stay and defend the capital, because that's our last bargaining chip. And then he will later recount that he gave that advice in the sure knowledge that, given his reputation, they would do the exact opposite, which is then they flee. And that basically ensures the end of the regime. And he's essentially, you can say, we've already mentioned the whole purpose again of the segment of Carême was showing that he was able to seduce Alexander. But Alexander arrives in Paris. Talleyrand is there to ensure essentially that Alexander is there to peacefully guarantee regime change in France now that Napoleon has fallen. Napoleon is retreating and he goes to Fontainebleau, and Caulaincourt, the grand equerry of the empire and perhaps the most devoted of all of Napoleon's followers, comes back to Paris, and Caulaincourt is lobbying for, if not Napoleon remaining on the throne, then Napoleon II, the son of Mary Louise and Napoleon, to inherit the throne as Napoleon II. And Talleyrand completely and utterly outmaneuvers him. Talleyrand basically appeals to whatever bodies are left in terms of a governing continuity, which is the French Senate. He places itself at the head of the Senate and basically becomes the head of the French government in name, effectively, and in fact. And it's with this position he's able to convince Alexander, in addition to all the skills of his diplomacy, that any attempt at wooing Caulaincourt or looking to a regency of Napoleon II will just mean the return of Napoleon and the return of the wars, and that the only possible restoration can be that of the Bourbons. And again, from the ambivalence and you can say the nihilism that we see with Talleyrand, Talleyrand is again looking at this from a point of view of pure pragmatism, which is the Bourbons have an established allegiance to the people of, as an established allegiance is given by the people of France, many people in France to the Bourbons, especially in the West, in Aquitaine, in Brittany, in the Vendée, territories which had never been enamored of Napoleon, which is his strong point again, was further in the west of, further and east of France, whereas the West had been more resolutely royalist. And then, of course, there's the fact that Talleyrand is very conscious about appealing to English sentiment, which is that Louis XVIII had been in exile in England, and the position of the government of now Lord Liverpool was that the Bourbons be restored as well. So from the point of view of the prevailing diplomatic opinion and from the point of view of what he believed to be the most natural transition to power, he settles in the Bourbons, jettisons the Orleanists, and jettisons effectively the Bonapartists. And in terms of just the importance of understanding the ability to woo the Emperor Alexander I, as he had wooed him at Erfurt, Alexander I was an incredibly temperamental man. Talleyrand would refer to the Emperor Alexander as a liberal autocrat. And as I've basically accounted elsewhere in this channel, Alexander represents this bizarre middle way between the era of women and the Enlightenment in Russia in the 18th century, the Petrine reforms and modernization, and the reactionary turn that we see with figures like Nicholas later on. A religious revival and this liberal zeal that we see both are incarnate in Alexander. And it was this temperamental nature, this lack of constancy in a figure like Alexander that made him incredibly dangerous. So he was lurching actually towards supporting figures like Josephine and figures like Mary Louise and supporting Napoleon II. And it's primarily, again, due to the influence of Talleyrand that he does not. And Talleyrand then takes this position to try to impose, again, his version of a constitutional settlement on the Bourbons, not the other way around. He, say, for example, wants the Bourbons to rule as constitutional monarchs, not as absolutist monarchs. He even wants the Bourbons to embrace the tricolor flag. And he's able to achieve the constitution, but obviously not the flag. The flag is replaced with the white flag, which is derisively known simply as the napkin. And other people, of course, as the flag of surrender, but nevertheless, it's an allusion to the original Bourbon flag, which was to signal purity and divine right, effectively, and indeed, ironically, peace, which the tricolor was basically presented by Talleyrand to the Bourbons as the flag of glory and the flag of victory, not the flag of the revolution that had executed his brother Louis XVI. So he's able to present this constitutional settlement to Louis XVIII. And Louis XVIII says, well, I'm not going to accept this, as I'm not going to accept a government by you, by the Senate. However, I will present it as my gift, as a royal charter. And that becomes essentially the basis of the restoration. It's very flattering to Talleyrand that he's able basically to have such influence as the provisional head of the French government before Louis XVIII comes in and affects the restoration. But Talleyrand, again, feels that internally, he's very much outmaneuvered within these early days. And you can say that part of my admonition against the restoration is that it's the restoration that restored nothing. So you can either look at Talleyrand and say that his imposition of these views on Louis XVIII is either a positive or a very negative thing. The fact that he's looking at 1791, the original constitution, and he wants to save that legacy of the early revolution and impose it upon the restoration government. And I think it's very clear that from the more hardline royalists, including, it should be mentioned, his own uncle, who's still alive, as Archbishop of Reims, who will come back and become the Archbishop of Paris, that they don't want Talleyrand to have any influence over the internal policy of France. They want Talleyrand to be a diplomat. They don't want Talleyrand to be a minister of the constitution, effectively, which is the role that he served in 1814. But ultimately, the role he did serve in 1814 was basically France's General Monk, which is the figure of the previous regime. In the case of General Monk, it was the Cromwellian Commonwealth, who allows for the return of Charles II and the restoration of the monarchy. In 1814, Talleyrand is very clearly that character. And again, to his support, he's able to achieve this in lightning speed. What could have basically been months of negotiation, he basically achieves in a couple of days. And it basically ensures that there isn't a civil war in France following Napoleon's fall, that there's a very speedy translation of power from the Bonapartes to the Bourbons. And this leads him to go off to the Congress of Vienna. First of all, he negotiates the Treaty of Paris, which, again, I think is very, very beneficial to France, considering the state that France was in. Essentially, Talleyrand prevailed upon the now conquering powers that Bourbon France was an ally of Europe, and he was an ally, essentially, of these legitimate monarchs, and that any imposition of a harsh treaty on France would be completely unjust on that basis. And so by the original Treaty of Paris, France actually gained territory vis-a-vis where she was before the beginning of the Revolutionary Wars. It was roughly the equivalent of her modern borders, with the inclusion of areas like Savoy and parts of Belgium, and the Avignon enclave as well, which had been taken from the papacy rather early in the revolution in 1792, and of course with no indemnity and no occupation. So from the point of view of Talleyrand, effectively, he'd been able to restore France to a position better than it was in the beginning of the wars, which is rather remarkable. But then we go on to the Congress of Vienna, which is to force France to become a European fact and not simply a defeated power. He's concerned effectively that the Allies, that being Prussia, that being Austria, Russia, and Britain, would completely sideline France in terms of drawing up the new settlement of Europe. And so what Talleyrand does upon arriving at the Congress of Vienna, again, in deference to his diplomacy, this figure on the right is Dorothea de Dino. And she is the wife of his nephew, Edmund Talleyrand. And of course, we wouldn't be surprised by this, ends up being his lover as well. But at the age of 21, she is introduced effectively to the Congress of Vienna, and she is performing that role as an agent provocateur and a spy, while Talleyrand is summoned with all of these ministers, and indeed will often go above the ministers to interact directly with figures like Alexander. Even though Alexander believes that he has now been duped by Talleyrand, he is essentially concerned that Talleyrand was able to exercise an inordinate influence over him during the days of 1814, and he's already beginning to perhaps regret his settlement of the Bourbons. And again, this isn't necessarily due to any political principle or any logic, because as we see with Alexander during the Congress of Vienna, he's an incredibly volatile and inconstant character. But Talleyrand goes in with several objectives. His objective is to ensure Austria and England will effectively become de facto allies of France, which has always been his dream. And his other dream, effectively, is to allow France to be restored to the rank of great power status by recognition of the other powers. First of all, he does this by appealing to the rights of the snubbed smaller nations like Portugal and Spain, and effectively leading the cause of all the other smaller powers in Europe. He becomes their advocate in the form of the Congress of Vienna. They're ultimately going to be sidetracked, but France is left with a main seat at the negotiation table. It would be essentially imagining that after World War One, the Kaiser was able to negotiate with the Allies at the Paris peace treaties as an equal. That's how remarkable, effectively, Talleyrand's success is here, and able to achieve this. And he's able to negotiate effectively his de facto alliance with Austria on the basis of trying to save the state of Saxony, which had been an ally of Napoleon, but now Prussia wanted to annex Saxony and Russia wanted to annex all of Poland. And so French influence, allied with Austria and allied with Britain, was seen as a necessary counterweight to prevent, basically, the Russians encroaching and demanding more territory, and the Prussians, by virtue, doing the same. It actually very nearly led to war. At one point, Alexander flatly stated that he would either be king of all of Poland or it meant war. And this is where it comes to another bizarre triumph for Talleyrand, which is when Napoleon returned. You can look at Napoleon returning and say, oh, it was a disaster for Talleyrand because it made a nonsense of the Restoration of Louis XVIII, and now all his work was being undermined by the fact that the monster of Europe, the great thief, had come back, and he was making a mess of all the plans. But I actually think it helped Talleyrand. It helped Talleyrand because Talleyrand was basically in a position where France, Austria, and Britain were almost going to go to war against Prussia and Russia. But now all the allies were focused on Napoleon. And what Talleyrand ensured is that when the allies made their declaration of war, they didn't declare war against France. They declared war against Napoleon. So Talleyrand was able to basically extricate France from Napoleon diplomatically within the eyes of the Congress of Vienna. And you would have thought that the goodwill towards Talleyrand would have been spent by now, wouldn't you, Dee? But I thought, again, look at that and think it's remarkable that he was able to achieve that major concession. And indeed, you can almost say it was imperative for him, knowing, as basically everyone knew during that time, that Napoleon would fail because everyone was arrayed against him, and Waterloo was just the beginning. It was almost certain to happen, if not Waterloo, then a further battle, down the line. That Talleyrand basically countered this whole notion that he was just a turncoat by remaining loyal to the Bourbons and staying and negotiating on the behalf of France during the Congress of Vienna, while so many others came back and served the cause of Napoleon as Bonapartists.
Another successful maneuver and machination, strangely enough, turning foul fortune into favor again.
And someone is saying it almost seems like Talleyrand is a British agent. Well, like I said, that accusation, indeed, that he was accused by the British of being a French agent, so an agent of the revolution, he's been accused essentially of having alliances to everyone and alliance to no one. And I think the constant theme we've seen is that he's allied to France. He believes that it's in French interest to use Britain and Austria as a bulwark against Prussia and Russia. And what the return of Napoleon ultimately achieves is uniting everyone against Napoleon, but not against France, which means that France is able to restore its great power status. And indeed, when people accuse him of hypocrisy, now he's standing by the rights of legitimate divine right monarchy. And people are saying, oh, well, you served Napoleon. And he simply said, well, no, Napoleon was merely a conqueror, whereas I am rightly opposed to all of these other Napoleon Bonaparte princelings like Louis of Holland and Jerome of Westphalia and Murat and Naples. All of these are usurpers. So I stand with you, unanimously in that all of these princes need to be dispossessed, and the House of Bonaparte needs to be removed as a faction within the European political system. So again, this former revolutionary, the one promoting the goods of the nation, is now standing basically as a stalwart of the Metternichian order. But nevertheless, he also has to deal with the fact that he still has pretensions for what the political situation back in France should be. One of, you can say, the better piece of advice he gives to Louis XVIII when he comes back after the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo is that Louis XVIII must not arrive with the British. He must be seen to be restored to his country by its people and not simply there by a vehicle of a foreign invasion force. But he ignores this. And eventually, due to many snubs and issues that arise between him and Louis XVIII, Louis XVIII effectively releases Talleyrand from his services. There's an election in the House, the Chamber of Deputies, which elects a thoroughly royalist majority. And they remember Talleyrand. They remember everything he did during the Napoleonic system. And other figures who are far more egregious than Talleyrand, like Fouché, also try to ride the favor of this new Bourbon restoration. And they are almost immediately sort of ostracized by this new royalist coup during the latter reign of Louis XVIII. But Talleyrand effectively has to deal with the fact that his services are no longer required. Indeed, as we saw with his position with the Fédération here, with his image on the right, he will serve the new government in the capacity as a great courtier, as this former Grand Chamberlain and Vice Grand Elector, as he served within the Bonapartist Empire as well. It's during this time also that he almost certainly fathers a daughter with his nephew's wife, Dorothea, who becomes his quote-unquote angel, Pauline Talleyrand. But it's therefore sort of natural, you can perhaps see that he is this lingering influence within French politics. He's still chiding, say, for example, the faults of a Louis XVIII when he gets involved in Spain in 1823. So that influence never goes away. Indeed, there's a famous assassination attempt whilst he's actually performing a royalist ceremony over the chapel of Saint Denis, which is the royal mausoleum D. And this causes a huge amount of public sympathy for him. And this is one of these occasions where the assailant believes that he's guilty of assassinating the Duke of Enghien, of assassinating the Duke of Mirabeau, etc., etc. But Talleyrand is able to use this occasion of his near assassination to cultivate a huge amount of political sympathy. Indeed, there's even a moment where he opens the Hotel de Talleyrand in France. He opens it up for the denizens of Paris to come and see him bandaged and almost for him to be received in that way. So we're talking about a Talleyrand, who's nearly 80, and yet he's still able to take any opportunity to manipulate and cultivate mass opinion and political support. And it's for this reason that he's still seen as a main political power broker when we have the fall of Charles X in 1830, following the ordinances of Saint-Cloud. I think from my perspective, it's important to note that there isn't some active collaboration which goes on for years before the Orleanists come to power. Rather, the Orleanists come in, it's presented as a fait accompli. There were many other potential suggestions, like, for example, Lafayette becoming a dictator, even though Talleyrand would have just laughed that off, given his lowly opinion of Lafayette. But once the Orleanists had established their coup, of course, Talleyrand, following power and always knowing which side to back at the right time, fully sort of gives his support to the new Orleanist government. And again, from his point of view, it is closer to what we see with the government in 1789 to 1791, based on that, again, revolutionary constitutional monarchy. So he is quite satisfied by it. And it also gives him another government post, something that he'd been denied as a member of the Doctrinaire faction that was essentially politically ostracized throughout much of the Restoration. And even now, in his 80s, he's able to achieve one last great diplomatic triumph, which is as ambassador to England. He is, by proxy, you can say, the creator of Belgium. And what another sort of wrinkle to this Plan D is that his principal foreign policy adversary is his illegitimate son, the Count de Charles-Flotte, who will serve as a prominent member in the Second Empire of Napoleon III. But essentially, there's the Belgian uprising in the aftermath of the July uprising of 1830. The Belgian uprising had been delegated against the Kingdom of Holland, which was Protestant, and Britain and France both had obvious interests in Belgium. Belgium had formerly been part of France during the Napoleonic Empire. But Talleyrand essentially pushed back against this idea that an Orleanist prince should become king of Belgium. He believed that would be a direct provocation. So he was actually the one to suggest that the current ruling dynasty of Belgium today, the House of Saxe-Coburg under Leopold, should become the king of the Belgians, so to speak, and then should marry into the House of Orleans. So he was ultimately able to present the British position for them and see the creation of the independent state of Belgium, which through the Orleanist influence he believed would simply be another extension of French power against what had basically been a Dutch colony at that point. While his son, Charles de Fleurus, was suggesting a partition plan that we see here. Talleyrand again was looking back at the Napoleonic legacy and his own triumph for the Peace of Amiens, and he believed that it would be a wonderful thing if Wallonia, the French-speaking and Catholic part of it, would be annexed. But ultimately, he destroyed this plan and sided with the idea of the creation of Belgium. And again, one of the last things he does is promote the early career of one Adolphe Thiers, who would have a remarkable career over the history of France throughout the 19th century. beginning basically as a conservative and a Bonapartist, and ending up as a Republican and a major figure in the French Third Republic, essentially. But what the Belgian situation does, it allows him to basically crystallize what had been his goal since, where he served basically as de facto ambassador to England in 1790, which was the English-French alliance, and basically the beginning of the Entente that we see arise with the Entente Cordiale in 1904. So from the point of view, you can say, of Talleyrand, he dies with his preferred system of government in place, with his diplomatic settlement with England and his Anglophilia basically bearing fruits, and indeed with his own progeny in the form of a Charles going off to become a very influential character within the Second Empire, and the continuation of his dynasty effectively through his nephew Edmund Talleyrand, and indeed through his wife and Talleyrand's mistress Dorothea. So I guess the last thing I want to leave this conversation on, D, is his absolution and his return to the Catholic faith, and whether you believe it was sincere or not.
Well, that's a difficult question because, of course, I do not wish to make windows on men's souls, and so it's very difficult to say. I would say that a man who lived as he did, and who affected whatever good he affected, he also did a lot of damage, particularly to the Catholic Church in France, especially. So I think a lot of contrition would have been necessary. It's possible, and of course, it does happen. It does happen to people, especially men, facing the final goal. That often turn to their life, looking back at their life and feeling a need for absolution. So who knows? Who knows?
I think it's interesting, D, to see that obviously I do think Talleyrand represents in many ways part of a redemption arc, and I hope I've demonstrated at least that he was able to intervene decisively to the benefit of France diplomatically on three major occasions: 1801 to 1802, then we have 1814 to 1815, and finally 1831 to 1834. Again, so very sort of large time gap between all of them, but again, it demonstrates his enduring political influence right up until his death at the age of 83. But you can almost say there was a conspiracy among the French elite and his own family to see his absolution. There was almost a necessity to see the redemption arc carry through to its logical conclusion, because there were incredibly prominent people behind this need of Talleyrand to seek absolution. Obviously, he'd been alive for a very long time, so this question had become very sort of pertinent, especially as he was writing his memoirs, and he was still, again, exercising such a dramatic influence at such an old age. He never faded from political and cultural life within France. And so one of the, you can say, conspirators aiming for his absolution was one Félix Dupanloup, who would later serve as a very prominent bishop in the French church. Another was Hyacinth Louis de Queulin, who would be his uncle's successor as the Archbishop of Paris. So we're talking some of the leading prelates of the French Catholic Church believed that there was a necessity in ensuring that Talleyrand did receive absolution. But of course, this was not an absolution without conditions. There was a statement of contrition that was drawn out. It covered all of his revolutionary activities throughout that period, essentially that pivotal period between 1789 and 1792, which was the main focus, and the whole notion of him being laicized and him effectively breaking and being excommunicated. It should be mentioned that he had a chapel established at the Chateau de Valençay, and he went to mass every Sunday, but he never went to confession. He never received absolution. and he obviously never took the sacrament. But nevertheless, you can say it became part of his established ritual that he still went to church, even though he still wasn't re-ingratiated and allowed to accept communion. So that's one aspect of it. There was obviously a political motivation and a religious motivation by very high-ranking officials. Indeed, another official who was there at the time of Talleyrand's absolution was none other than King Louis Philippe himself. So it almost seemed imperative for the Orleanist government that Talleyrand, who had been so instrumental, you can say, in the diplomatic life of the first half of it, should also receive that aspect of absolution. But then, of course, there is the personal aspect to it, which is that obviously he was in love with Dorothea, his niece, and Dorothea loved him very deeply. She was, again, became sort of a devout Catholic in her later life, and she was very interested in seeing him receive absolution for the sake of his immortal soul. And then there is their daughter, Pauline. Talleyrand would basically refer to her as the angel. So you can say there's a political aspect, there's a pragmatic religious aspect for the regime and for the church in France. And indeed, there is that familial aspect that he doesn't want to give the impression to his daughters that he's essentially going to die and his immortal soul is going to be condemned for it. So you can say, therefore, that there is every motivation, almost you can say to take the Pascal wager, if nothing else, that I've got nothing to lose, essentially, by delivering this. And he waits up until the last moment where he signs this act of contrition and he receives the sacraments before his death. So you can see it as the last gambit, effectively, of a ambivalent, lazy, and disaffective cipher of the 1780s and that time of disillusion and religious skepticism. But you can perhaps also see it as, in part, genuinely motivated, if not for religious reasons, then for familial considerations.
I also remember, I don't know where I read it, but when he was receiving extreme unction, that he refused the priest to anoint his palms, and he flipped his hands over because the back of his hand should be anointed because he's a bishop. Like he still thought of himself in that way. So curious bit of hauteur at the end.
Well, he would often, again, play up that role when necessary, and again, almost as a piece of you can almost say again as a refined art of sarcasm in terms of demonstrating the fact that yes, well, of course, I'm still, the Bishop de Autun and the Abbé Talleyrand, lest you forget. So again, it's whether this was sincere or not. But I think again, it forms a nice bookend essentially for what I'm basically sort of constructing narratively as the prospect of a redemption arc. Anyway, thank you very much, Dee, for coming on. I'm just going to read the super chats and I'll allow you to leave. I know it's been a long stream, but I think I think, as you can appreciate, there's actually so much to talk about. And I think what I've actually found frustration of I've actually had to cut some things out for this stream. I've actually had to shorten it perhaps more than I would want, but
difficult to consider, such a life in such a short time. Would you permit me just a moment to read something briefly from this book, which is called the Larousse Gastronomique?
No, absolutely, that's a good time.
Yeah, so again, talk about great compilations. This book was first published in the 1930s, and it has it was published after the death of Escoffier, but I forgot to mention him because he was greatly influenced by Carême, but Escoffier, of course, lived in the late 19th century and early 20th century. But Escoffier is really the man who properly codified and turned the emphasis from Carême's grand cuisine to a kind of practical cuisine, which could be, of course, which was the transition from great houses and private chefs to restaurant cookery, and many of the innovations of Escoffier are still used in all professional kitchens. Basically, the dividing up of the staff into almost a military sort of brigade, with the chef de cuisine being at the top. But Escoffier, of course, knew the author of this book. His name was Prosper Montaigne. But it's published in the 1930s. I have an edition from 1961 when it was first translated into English, and it's wonderful. I mean, it's a huge book. You can find. I recommend finding the old copies of it. But it's just a dictionary of French cookery, and there's an entry for everything. And there is an entry for Talleyrand, and I thought it was amusing, and it's not that long. I'll just read it quickly. Talleyrand, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Périgord, celebrated statesman and diplomat. At the age of 21, he became abbot of Saint-Denis, and in 1788, the bishop of Autun. But high ecclesiastical office did not prevent him from leading a brilliant and dissipated worldly life. His lack of moral scruples and extreme aptitude for diplomacy and intrigue enabled him to retain a high position throughout the Revolution, the Directory, the Empire, and the Restoration, with only short periods of reversal of fortune. While he was an important personage at court, the luxury of his table and the splendor of his entertaining was celebrated. At the time of the First Empire, he had as his cook the illustrious Carême. There is a story that one day the wife of Maréchal Lefebvre, who Sardou made famous by the name of Madame Saint-Genet, was present at one of Talleyrand's magnificent dinners. She exclaimed, "Mon Dieu, you have given us such a magnificent food. It must have cost you a lot of money." "Ah, madame, you are very kind. It is not a well-paid job," replied Talleyrand. The extravagance of his table was not entirely for the sake of pure gastronomical satisfaction. He believed that the pleasure he offered his guests at these receptions was an important element in the success of his diplomacy and intrigues. As he departed to negotiate at Vienna, where he hoped to secure important advantages for France, he said to Louis the 18th, "Sire, I have more need of casseroles than of written instructions." Yeah, that's that quote. And finally, he never let the religious or moral scruples interfere with his pursuit of his career and personal pleasures. Part of a letter written in 1791 to his friend Duc de Lauzun demonstrates this side of his character. A bull of excommunication had been issued against several members of the clergy. Talleyrand, whose name was included, wrote ironically, "You have heard the news, excommunicated. Come and dine to console me. Everyone refuses me fire and water, so we will eat nothing but glazed cold meats and drink only chilled wines." So there you go.
No, it's a very famous line that's found itself into many editions, and obviously, we've been debating, moral and intellectual and religious sincerity. He was a cultivated diplomat first and foremost, but I think, as we've been at pains to say, I don't think the brilliance and the successes of Talleyrand would have been successful had he not adhered to some principles. And I think the first principle he adhered to were what he believed to be the natural interest of France. And I think in those areas and in that conception, he excelled. And I think, I've done a stream, an interview recently where I was basically admonishing Napoleon as not being good for France. And it's because I don't really see him as even having a conception of France. He's in many ways beyond France. He sees himself as the emperor of Europe. His project is in Germany and Italy. He wants to make the Bonapartes a European dynasty to supplant all the previous monarchs of Europe, from Spain to Italy to Naples to Westphalia to what have you. But in the case of Talleyrand is always intimately associated with France, and everything else is just an aggrandizement, in his words. There's nothing more than a needless extension, and that France can be great without the need to appeal to supremacy, which is where Napoleon ultimately failed. And of course, in the pursuit of everything and the pursuit of grandeur, good taste, the connoisseur, the diplomat, even you can say the bishop, there is an aspect to which the bishop was always subordinated to this diplomatic role. As you mentioned, the Abbé de Saint-Denis, he still performed aspects of that role as a spectacle for the restored monarchy of the Bourbons. Throughout its entire existence, he performed that function. So they were these demonstrations which were essentially necessary for the rituals of any of the government that he served, but he also performed them with great aplomb. So in all of his roles, he did, I believe, exhibit that grandeur that would become essentially associated with. I mean, you can almost say he is a diplomatic equivalent to General Charles de Gaulle in that sense, because even Charles de Gaulle, he came from a legitimist background in northern France. He would claim some link to be a noblesse de robe, etc. But he was vehement in his attempts to say, for example, reconcile the military and diplomatic traditions of the French Revolution with the later governments. He saw it as a continuous whole, so long as the overarching influence was France. And that essentially was the project of his Fifth Republic. But I see much of the same in Talleyrand. Anyway, I'll go to the super chats, but thank you, D. Rong Tao Wu for $10. How would you compare Grey and Red Eminence when compare with the Talleyrand, given near failed state nature of France after Henry IV? And where does French fear of Russia come from? Okay, that's obviously missing some words. By the Red Eminence, I assume we're talking about Cardinal Richelieu. Well, Cardinal Richelieu had a more overarching influence over the affairs of the reign of Louis XIII. He had to appeal and dominate Louis XIII's mother, but overall, he didn't have to deal with the same situation where he was navigating regimes like Talleyrand. Talleyrand was a survivor, and he was able to impose his diplomacy consistently across various regimes, whether it be the Bourbons, the Bonapartes, or the Orleanists. So the situations simply aren't analogous. But you can say again, it's the same policy with French clerics as diplomats, that the Cardinal Richelieu is on one hand destroying the places of security of the Huguenots, but he's also declaring war on the Catholic Emperor in the height of the 30 Years' War, because he sees the interests of France as being greater than the interests of the Catholic states of Europe. So yes, if you're going to look at France as the prevailing factor over sort of Catholic fraternity in the church, then there are many examples you can compare to Cardinal Richelieu. As for French fear of Russia, in the case of Talleyrand, it was more a case that Austria was the bulwark, effectively keeping Russia out from dominating the affairs of Europe. He also believed that Poland was a necessity for this exact reason, that Poland was an ancient Catholic kingdom that should be a natural ally with France, adjacent to Austria, and that Austria was a great historically contingent kingdom. And even though there was great diversity and historical and popular divergence between the various realms of the empire, that it was by virtue of a European necessity, anything to destroy it would effectively be an act of almost European sacrilege, which I also believe it was when it dissolved in World War One. And his case with Poland, I think, is again rather clear, that the partitions of Poland was, a disastrous thing. My view has always actually been that Catherine the Great was in many ways duped by the Prussians in order to start carrying that out. And also, again, his belief that European peace required the restoration of Venice, among other things. But as for French fear of Russia, that's a more all-encompassing view, and I don't really want to talk about modern France and its policy towards Russia, if that's okay. Well, this is very appropriate. D's bit of rough for £2. Amazing stream as always, AM. Love you, D. So that's dedicated mainly towards you. Rong Tao Wu again for $10. You have, again, I'm going to have to paraphrase you. You have talked about the Gallic borders. Do you think there is an equivalent for other powers of Europe? Like, what would it be, say, for Britain, Germany, the Habsburgs, Greece, etc.? Well, there would be no equivalent for the Habsburgs, because the Habsburgs is not a national conception. As for Germany, the whole notion of German borders was less predicated on natural boundaries. It was predicated on the presence of German-speaking populations. As for Greece, it was the Megali idea. As for Russia, it depends on what you believe the Russian nation is, a union of the Eastern Slavic populations, a protector of Eastern Orthodoxy in the Third Rome, or a Petrine state where one is able to have effective access to the sea. It depends on your interpretation. As for Britain, obviously it's just to control the British Isles, which it did for 2 centuries. So thank you. And Mo, that's very generous, £50. Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. All right. I think we're going to leave it there. So, Dee, is there anything you would like to say before we leave?
No, I would just say thank you for having me on, and very much enjoyed the conversation, and hope to speak to you again soon.
No, it's been good. It's been good. This is a topic I'm actually, as you can probably tell, quite passionate about. This area of history, sort of French history between the wars of religion and the foundations of the Third Republic. I think such sort of great ammunition for potential future streams. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Dee, and thank you everyone for listening. Sorry, just give me a second.